To order. Roll call.
President Mrs. Say. Vice President Mr. Nishi.
Present.
Clerk Mr. Noyola.
Present.
Board Member Mr. Beach.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio.
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios.
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
This evening, we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 7 matters, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, with AFSCME and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6, public employee appointment, Principal Tracy High School, Director Curriculum Professional Learning Secondary, Principal appointment process, July School Board recess, Government Code Section 54957, conference with real property negotiator, 1 matter, Government Code Section 5456.8, anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E1, 1 matter. Are there any public comments for closed session items?
I do not see any.
Thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Board is back in open session. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Motion passes 6-0. Please silence your cell phones. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 7 matters. It's a lot of matters there. Government Code Section 54957. In closed session, the board unanimously approved a settlement agreement with employee FK 919-24755 in the amount of $20,000 payable on or before June 30th, 2024. 6-0 vote. Conference with the labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, with AFSCME and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6. Public employee appointment, principal, Tracy High School, director, curriculum/professional learning secondary. Principal appointment process, July. School board recess, Government Code Section 54957. Next item is conference with real property negotiator, 1 matter, Government Code Section 54956.8. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2E1, 1 matter. So that was the report out for closed session. Pledge of Allegiance, can Sue Yu please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Everyone stand. Let's put our hands over our right arm, face the flag, and give our respect to the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Item 9, presentations. Dr. Michael Hamamura, Nixon, go ahead.
It's okay. Good evening. Thank you. Tonight I would like to introduce to our community our new principal for Nixon Elementary School, Mr. Mike Hamamura. Mr. Hamamura is a graduate of Cerritos High School. He has his BA in biology from CSU Fullerton, his teaching credential from Cal State LA, and his master's in educational administration from National University. He's been here with us in ABC for about 18 years. He was a science teacher, summer school principal, dean of students, assistant principal. He spent the fall as an interim principal for us, and we're glad you're with us. Mr. Hamamura.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nishii, also Clerk of the Board, Mr. Noyola, and members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, as well as Deputy Superintendent and CFO, Mr. Nguyen, and distinguished members of our cabinet. I am so truly honored to be selected as the next principal for Nixon Academy. This moment feels particularly special because, as you had mentioned, I'm a lifelong resident of Cerritos. Grew up here and I attended ABC schools from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. So as a proud product of the district, it's humbling to be here, being able to serve the community that really nurtured my love of learning. Thank you for placing your confidence in me to be the next leader at Nixon Academy. So my journey, as you had mentioned, started in education 30 years ago, and for the past 18 years, I've had the privilege of working with the students and families and staff at Tetzlaff Academy. I first began, as you mentioned, as a science teacher, then transitioned to teaching math. And as part of that journey, I had the opportunity to be part of the implementation team that transformed Tetzlaff into the first pre-AP or pre-advanced placement academy in LA County. And with that came many recognitions, such as our California Gold Ribbon, our California Distinguished School Award, as well as being named a California National Schools to Watch Taking Center Stage Model School. So witnessing firsthand how these high academic standards and empowered our students really fueled their growth, and that's what really kind of lit the fire in me to be an educational innovator and also for a champion for student achievement. So for the last 9 years, I've served Tetzlaff as Dean of Students, Assistant Principal, and also as Interim Principal. These experiences have really given me a front row seat to the heart of our school community, understanding the diverse needs of all of our stakeholders, as well as provided me with the foundation that I need to effectively lead Nixon Academy. So during my tenure as the dean and assistant principal, I was truly blessed to be able to work with some amazing educational leaders. Many of the names will be very familiar to you. Dr. Kashina Wise, Mr. Kester Song, Dr. Tuesday Stoffers, as well as most recently Dr. Josie Summers. I cannot thank them enough for their guidance and wisdom that have shaped me into who I am as an educational leader today. Their support has been invaluable. So looking ahead, my vision for Nixon Academy is clear, and that's to create a vibrant learning environment for our students so that they can build. We can start by building a strong foundation in literacy, because that's going to be the key that the students will need to unlock a world of knowledge. In addition, utilizing the multimedia and performing arts in order to provide powerful tools to help our students explore and express and be engaged in a supportive, learning, vibrant environment. This isn't just about creating successful students, but it's really about empowering our students to become well-rounded individuals with the confidence and creativity that they're going to need to navigate the ever-changing world around them. But my journey wouldn't be complete and wouldn't be possible without the unwavering support of my loving family. To my wife, Cynthia, thank you so much for all the basically sacrificing your time, taking care of all the after-school activities, sports practices, pickups, drop-offs, and all the events that I wasn't able to attend. These are just, I thank you for that. I appreciate that. Love you for that. Also, to my daughters, Kiara and Emily, you guys are proud Nixon alum, and I can't thank you enough for your love and support. It means the world to me. As well as also joining me tonight is my mom, Gladys, who is a resident of Cerritos since 1971. She's been here. For you, I thank you so much for instilling in me the importance of hard work and dedication, values that I promise to bring to Nixon Academy every day. So finally, and to the students and families and dedicated educators and staff over at Nixon Academy, I'm so excited to meet and collaborate with all of you. Together, I know we're going to continue to build upon Nixon's legacy of excellence and continue to empower students to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Can we recognize the family?
Yes. Could your family stand so we know what they look like?
Please stand.
Yeah. Yay!
Thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Beach?
Mr. Hamamura, I want to welcome you to the Nixon family. My daughters have gone there for the past 7 years. My oldest just promoted, and I'm sad she's not going to have you as assistant principal at Tetzlaff, but we have a great PTA watchdog program, and we're all looking forward to you arriving at Nixon Academy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Board member Yu?
Mr. Hamamura, congratulations, and thank you for serving and working at ABC. I mean, what a blessing it is that you grew up in the community, you went to school here, you understand, and just your passion and energy. I'm sure that Nixon's going to look very bright. And thank you to all the family members, especially mom and your wife, and just supporting Mr. Hamamura just to be all that he can for our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I push my own button. I want to congratulate you, and I have known you for many, many years already, and I have to see the evidence proof that you were doing so great job in the past leadership position. So welcome and join to the administrative position, and we'll work with you.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much, sir. Well, I do want to apologize. I had my nursing student graduate today, so I need to be there. So they finished, the minute they finished, I ran as fast as I can, but I still maintain 75 miles driving. But anyway, next one is our Gahr High School principal, Dr. Richard Moore. And Dr. Little, please.
Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce to you our new principal for Gahr High School, Dr. Richard Moore. Dr. Moore earned his BA in English from Sacramento State, where he also played football. He has his MA in Education from Azusa Pacific and his doctorate in Educational Leadership from USC. Dr. Moore has been in education for over 15 years now. He began as an English teacher in both the middle and high school levels, and he's been in administrative roles for the last 8 years. His administrative roles have really, I think, you'll see, give him a lot of unique qualities that I think will be very helpful to meet the needs and the community of Gahr High School. He's worked as a program specialist doing restorative practices, as a dean at an international baccalaureate-focused middle school. He served as an assistant principal in 2 large comprehensive high schools where he was responsible for fields and athletics and those things, as well as he's currently the senior vice president of education at McKinley Children's Home, which is a space that provides services to students who've survived abuse or trauma. So, Dr. Moore, glad to have you with us.
Good evening, Board President Say, Vice President Nishii, Clerk Noyola, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members, and ABC community. Humbly, really looking forward for this opportunity to serve. I'm extremely thankful for it. It's not something that I take lightly. I got to speak with Dr. Zietlow a couple weeks ago about, making sure I'm here for the long run. I'm ready to put my all into it. I don't live in the community, so I'm going to do the extra work that it takes to immerse myself in it right off the bat. I've actually kind of started already doing that, doing some drive-throughs, driving around and trying to familiarize myself with the community itself. But I know the work that it takes to do the job. I feel like my past experiences have fully prepared me, as well as the education. I've got great mentors to lean on, and I'm really looking forward for the opportunity to lead Gahr as they are committed to excellence for their staff and students. I know we're going to get the opportunity to celebrate a very special team tonight. Hope this is not the last time we do that. At both my high school stops, no pressure on any of on Gahr right now, but year one, I've always won CIF in basketball, CIF and state. So hopefully we can let the good times continue to roll, and I'm truly looking forward to the opportunity to collaborate with all of you, as well as the community and families of Gahr High.
Hold on a second. Okay, I do have our current board member, Dr. Rios. Dr. Rios, it's yours.
Thank you. I just want to take a second to congratulate you and have vested interest in seeing Gahr continue to succeed, recognizing the success that Principal Hernandez brought to the position. I can imagine it will only continue. But welcome, and yeah, we wish you the best of success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one is our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you, President Say, and thank you for joining us. Dr. Moore, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
I am very glad to hear that you're here for long run. That was the key word that really, was important to us. Our own superintendent was the principal of Gahr High School, so you have great educators and great mentors, and I'm sure that you will, really, really appreciate, working as a principal. But yeah, with your leadership, we're all here to support you. So congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Dr. Moore. If you don't know our neighborhood area, your area, which is my area, meet Dr. Zillow when she was a principal over Gahr High, and we walk our neighbor. And she was surprised, everyone. I said, that's my hometown here. So I will, if he needs it, I'll walk with you.
I appreciate
The
that.
evidence has proof in the past. What I did is, our Gahr High School had a softball. We down 3-0, and I stood up, and I swear the flag for my students here, because I want they win the race on that last FC. They will know that. But I will work with you. If in anything we can help you, as my colleague here, we will support you as much as we can. As long as we do the right thing, we will do it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Well, next two things, very big thing to us tonight. Cerritos High School girls golf, Jasmine Cou, Central Region of CIF champion. Dr. Zillow, please.
Thank you. We want to recognize this evening Jasmine Cou and have her come forward so that we can recognize her with a certificate. In addition, Joe Pack is here from Assemblymember Sharon Quick Silva's office with a certificate as well, and we'll do a picture with the board, and then we can take board comments. So come on up, Jasmine.
Could I ask one question? How long is your drive? How far do you hit?
Huh? Not yet. Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for it. Okay, we have our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So, so when you win the LPGA, come back and train our next generation, because
Yep.
we will definitely need your influence on our next generation of women golfers, and all of our district could use that support. So don't forget where you came from. Thank you.
Of course not.
And next one is our board member, Mrs. Yu.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are your parents here?
Yes, my mom is here today.
Oh, really?
She's over
Where is
there,
she?
next to Mr.
Oh,
Walker.
Stand up. Well, I'm sure she's done a lot of driving for you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When did you first start golfing?
I started when I was 4 years old,
Wow.
actually. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Well, you're setting up the legacy. Keep it up.
Thank you. I'm glad to be a part of ABC.
We thank you very much, and then thank you. We should include your moms here for a picture with that together, because
Yeah.
this is an honor, really. And you have a great last name, just same as with my grandson, my son-in-law. The last name is Cou, K-O-O. So you Jasmine Cou, my grandson Lucas Cou. So people would always laugh, you Cou? I say, yes, we are Cou. So you are Cou today, really good. And then looking forward to the future, when more champion come back, make sure, don't forget Cerritos,
Of course not.
our district ABC. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you,
thank you,
guys.
Mrs. Cou. Thank you. Okay, next one will be Gahr High School girls softball team CIF champions here. Dr. Zillow, please.
All right. So we're going to go to the podium and we'll introduce all of the students if they want to kind of come and line up at the side door. And then we'll do a picture, and then we can ask questions and make comments after. So here we go.
When they're getting students together, I really want to be honored here. Our SWAT team is here, which is our SWAT, and all the ladies in here will have current president here. I did not recognize that, and I want to thank you for all your service in the past to our ABC school district. Is that right?
All right. So
Yeah, they're not.
here we go. Rio Mendez, Destiny Banuelos, Leah Hilbert, oh, sorry, Simone Garcia, Alicia Quintero. I only got a list. All right. Chiala Richard? Shyla, sorry. Abigail Perez, Caitlin Hughes, Jaidu de Avila. Excuse me, Jada. Jada de Avila Baruga. Sorry. Is funky font a little? Malaya? Malaya Husky. Isabella Gonzalez. Emma Maldonado. Vivian Tavera. Alexis Johnson. Alyssa Aguilar. Marley Cortez. Audrey Madden. Kennedy Smith. Larissa Flores. Jackie Gachupin. Olina Bergueno, excuse me. Sierra Contreras. Natalia Hill. And Citlali Gonzalez. Did I get them all? All right. So these are our students. We'll have you come in. Also with us this evening, we have our head coach, Mr. Ray Sanchez, and our assistant coaches, Sal Flores and Joe Lanoy. Excuse me. Laurent. Those are really little. Come on in. We'll give pictures. Also, if we could have the Gahr staff who's here to support, come on up and be part of this picture, that'd be great.
My name is Joe Pack. I'm a senior field rep for Assemblymember Sharon Cook Silva. And I was doing all their certificates, the one in green. And I have 3 grandsons playing Little League. So I pretty much knew most of the, positions, like a first base, shortstop. And I came across U. And I said, what is a U? So I had to ask one of the players, and they said it's a utility. And I learn something new every day. Thank you.
He's going to make speech first. Okay. So I have. He is.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, it's an honor to be invited. We thank you very much. I'm the one that gets to represent our beautiful young ladies that just put together a CAF title. It's a blessing as a coach. It's a blessing to be around such talented kids that work really hard, showed self-discipline, and was consistent. A lot of these players came to Gahr. They played for me for 4 years, and there's about 5 of them that have kind of endured putting up with me, first of all, which isn't easy, but they have endured. They've been consistent from the get-go. It was fitting that we ended the way we did, and if you were there on that Saturday night and you saw Sophia Say waving that flag all over, that was awesome. I know Board Member Beach was there, and He came to a lot of our games and got some encouraging text messages from the boss, Dr. Zietlow, and that was awesome. We've had a lot of great feedback for our girls. I'm just proud of Gahr. I'm proud of our girls. I'm proud of ABC. I'm a product of ABC also since the second grade. So it was a great time. It's been a great year. It's been a great run with this team. And Dr. Moore, that's your CIF title, buddy. So for me to do it again, for us to do it again next year is going to be hard, but we're going to try. So thank you once again for allowing us to be here and recognizing our girls. They really deserve it.
We have a few of my colleagues would like to speak, but before they do, I also want to recognize, do we have parents here? Any parents
do.
here with them?
Yes.
Yes. Can I stand? Oh! The board want to thank you so much and work with us and make us so good. So now I want to give it to my board colleagues to talk. And first I have Vice President Ms. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. So I didn't get to go to the game, so that was a bummer. But my niece got a full ride scholarship to Clemson, and I'm hearing that some of these girls got scholarships to further their education. So sports can definitely make a difference in their lives, and their accomplishment is great. Your accomplishment is great. The parents' accomplishment, what they did to sacrifice to bring their kids to the schools, all the practices, all the work that they did, the community. So I remember when these fields were pretty bad shape, and I think you got your hair shaved that day, right?
No, that's for the cancer patient.
That was a different thing, but it was the same day.
Same day.
But I remember that the community also helped also in terms of that field and making it something that somebody could be proud to play on and something that's safe and enjoyable. So thank you to the community for enabling this team to shine. And this is where our tax dollars are going, to build girls' lives, to get them into college, to make a better country. So thank you, Coach, for helping in that effort.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We still have some work to do on the facilities, though. We definitely have a lot more work to do. So if you guys can help us with that, that'd be awesome.
Sure, no problem. Next one is our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you, Madam President, and never lose the opportunity.
Best time to ask.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
How many hours on average do you and the girls put in?
Way too many, if you talk to my parents, that's for sure. But we put in 3 to 4 hours a day. We're out there. We're leaving our practice. Not only do we practice that time, but we do tend to the field. We take care of the field. There's a lot of field maintenance that we have to do. I'm pretty picky about our facility and our fields, and it looks good. It looks great because of that. So our girls work hard, not just at their game, but field maintenance as well, and field pride. I want them to have a pride about their facility and the space they spend, 3 to 4 hours a day.
Thank you so much. I mean, sports is one of the best way to keep our children healthy, both mentally, emotionally, and physically. After putting in 3-4 hours in the sun, you go home and you're going to be conked out after doing some
Yes.
homework. So
I agree with you.
they spend less time on the device and definitely off the social media. They just don't have the energy after working that hard. So
Yes.
their faces were radiating and
you.
healthy. That's what we would like to see. I hope that we can continue to support sports program at ABC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next one is my board member, Mr. Beach.
I'll address Coach Sanchez's comment first. I've been working hard to help get you guys a scoreboard, supporting the
Yes,
team
sir.
raise money, and
Thank you. Thank you.
and also even watered the field one day, if you remember. I was out there watering the
I
grass.
do remember.
But
Yes, sir.
anyway, you have 3 gladiators on this board, and all 7 of us are very proud of this team. I took my daughter to watch you ladies beat Mater Dei in the semifinal. Great game. I also took her to the CIF final. And I'll tell you what, I'm a 12U travel ball coach for her team. I've seen a lot of softball games. That final was one of the best games I've ever seen. For you in the audience and at home, we went down 3-0 early, came back to tie it in the 6th, 3-3. We then went down 4-3 on a big home run against us in the top of the 7th. You ladies never quit. You never gave up. and they got 2 outs on us on a quick line drive. We started out the inning good, things happened, and there was 2 quality at bats, and a lot of times that goes unnoticed, but you girls that were fouling off the balls and getting those walks, that helped us win the game. And then a wild pitch moved them to second and third, and then a base hit, walk-off win. The crowd went absolutely nuts. I got goosebumps. Madam President was waving the flag. Gina and I were watching her like, oh, God, please don't fall down. Nothing bad happened. And Coach Ray Sanchez, to you, you really developed this program. You're a great coach. We're lucky to have you. I want to congratulate you and all the Gladiators. Go Gladiators.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next one's our board member, Dr. Rios.
Well, I guess I'm going to echo a lot of the sentiments. I was not able to be there in person, but I was watching it. It was being live streamed, and I mean the way when that game started to turn around, and I mean it was just the stuff that movies are made of. So I can just imagine the excitement of being there. Congratulations to you, Coach, to your team. And I don't know, Tuan, but I did hear a lot of talk about a scoreboard.
Wink, wink.
Congratulations.
Next one is our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Say. I just want to start congratulating you, Mr. Sanchez, on your hard work and dedication to these young girls, these young women. You know, congratulations to the whole Gladiator family. As you know, as Mr. Beach mentioned, us 3 up here are very proud. We were very proud to see Cerritos High School win some CIF championships, but we're also very, very proud to have Gahr up here win some CIF championships. So thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I do want to say thank you very much. It was a wonderful game. Actually, I don't know softball that well, okay? You know who taught me? Board member, Mr. Beach's daughter. I say, what is happening? What's that? And I told our superintendent, this is a torching. This is a torching. 3-0. I said, this is a torching. I can't watch anymore. So I saw the boy was up and down. So I mentioned to her, I said, you know what? I can't do this as a board member. I have to get down. I have to go ahead. I want to stir the crowd and make sure you guys hear that and make sure you have energy, go run. And, you know, and I told Gina, Dr. Zillo, I would say, when I pray, always the prayer become true. And she saw that. So when I went to the bathroom, there was like 3-2-0, and 3-2-3. I say, I can go to the bathroom now. But guess what? When I was up the hill, I hear them say 4-2-3. I say, oh no! I asked the guys, can I go to the bathroom first? I have to go back. So I went back. He saw me. I said, I can't watch the game. So my face was away for the game. I'll face one of the parents. I say, just tell me what's happening here. So I say, no, this is torching. But you know what? At the end, like board member Mr. Beach mentioned about, oh, that was the best game, and I know how to watch now. And I said to myself, I'm going to come back again. I want to see how going to torture me this time. But it was a great game, and I see some kids so hyper, they jump on the fence and try. Oh my God, I even want to do that too. If I can, I would jump, and they were worried about me. But it was great, and I know you had done a lot at softball team. I remember you and I were working on the grass from the what do you call it? El Camino High School,
Yes.
El Camino College, right?
NFL donated turf that was at El
And
Camino.
you took the turf, and I worked with you, and I was so honored to do that. And next thing, I got my hair. My husband come in. What did you do to your hair? I said, it was some poor Gahr High School. But I want to thank you so much, and I think I know you more than my board colleague here because I know your parents very well.
Yes.
And it was great, and it's so honored to have you to serve our district. And
Thank you.
I want to sincerely appreciate everything you've done for Gahr High School, that people doesn't know what you did. The turf was
Thank you.
one of the things saved us a lot of money. We only paid the shipping fee, I remember that.
Yes.
So the school board, I don't know. We're looking for a budget.
We've taken on a lot of projects, but I'll tell you one thing that was super special about that night. I wish I would have been able to really soak it in as much as I really would have wanted to. I wish I would have looked at the crowd, but I know the cool part, there were a lot of people there, thousands of people there, but there were so many of our students there.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Our students were, like, their side just had a bunch of adults and family members, but ours, the students were just crazy with energy, even down to the last out. I mean, it was an amazing night. Even though I told my girls, don't look in the stands, I need you focused. They did a great job with that, but we did hear everyone, right? And that was the cool part, and this victory really was about community. We brought it back for Cerritos, brought it back for Gahr, and I'm happy to be part of it. It was really, I've told the girls, it was the highlight of my coaching career, hands down. So
And also
I'm blessed.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, our staff here. They all we have about probably 20 people here just come here and celebrate this beautiful honor day. I want to thank you so much, and thank you the parents for you participate with the program. It is hard. I also want to thank you other two coaches. I know they're also here.
Yes.
Thank you, and I saw how hard that you folks was there down there trying to give the thing to the kids, and I mean not kids, to the girls, the ladies there. But I want to thank you all for your wonderful services and make us look good because you guys did it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Right.
by the way, you owe me a shirt.
I got you.
That day.
All right.
I was just kidding.
I got
Thank you
you.
very, thank you,
Okay.
and thank you very
Thank you,
much.
guys. Have a
Thank
great
you, girls.
night. Thank you.
I should say, thank you, ladies. Thank you. Before we go to the approved agenda today, I also want to recognize we have a Cerritos former mayor, Diana Lehan's right there, right? Diana, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Is Lehan? Yeah. right there.
Three-time mayor.
Three-time mayor. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you, thank you. So next one is, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 4, 2024?
So moved.
You in a second?
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. This is the approved minutes. May I have a motion to approve the revised minutes of the regular meeting of May 21st, 2024? I need a motion and second, please.
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Madam President, I
I'm gonna-
abstain, I was not
I'm gonna need
present.
a, yeah.
You had two abstentions, right? So we have 5, 0, and 2.
And so, Madam President, I'd also like to correct a statement that I may have been misinterpreted. So I think I said that the COLA was 1%, and I think I said COLA 1% for everybody. Actually, it's only a COLA for the schools. I think everybody else may receive something, probably not COLA, so some cuts. So
Okay.
just to correct that.
Yeah, we'll make that correction. Thank you very much. So next one, wow, it's my turn to do board president report. So it has been very busy a few weeks in the past. May 22nd, I attend Winnie High School middle school promotion, and I teach a special city council meeting about the city budget, and also attend May 27th, City of Cerritos Memorial Day ceremony. May 28th, Star Wars Elementary School promotion. May 29th, Cerritos Elementary School promotion, Tracy High School graduation, and Gahr High School graduation. May 30, attend Ross Middle School promotion, Winnie High School graduation, and Cerritos High School graduation. I do my services as much as I can. Congratulations to our students who graduate or promoted this year. We know you will do great things in the future. Remember, ABC is your home. Oh, now I'm gonna. And we hope to see you and hear about your journey, and we always open our arms to welcome you back. I am late this evening as I had another graduation event to attend for my own student at Compton College. So tonight we held the traditional pinning ceremony to recognize our new nurses in the future to serve us one day. I want to thank you. That's my end report. Dr. Zillow, it's yours.
Thank you. Quick update for the community. Over the last year, ABC Unified Information and Technology Department has been doing research, exploring, and analyzing the potential use of generative AI within our district. We've approached it from an ethical, responsible perspective where we embrace its safe use, protecting student data, protecting privacy, as a way to prepare students for a future in which AI will be an expected part of their learning, of their professions, and of the world we live in. At this point, this month, we are opening up a conversation to our broader community to discuss its use, seeking educational partner feedback. We've published our draft guide document to collect community feedback on, and we'll be hosting a series of roundtables this summer and into the next school year to share what we've learned and listen to suggestions, concerns, and recommendations from members of our ABC community. If anyone is interested in providing feedback, you can visit the district website, and you need to go down into the section where it talks about news and announcements, and you can select your input needed. It will take you to a page. There's a place to give input, as well as you can see the document, and you can see what other people have said so far. So it's a great space to see what's happening with that and to be part of that conversation. In addition, I have been doing some work over the last couple of weeks since our last meeting. We had our PAL Council planning session yesterday where we plan out our work for the year with our teaching staff that works with our union as well as our administrators. And then a lot of it has been similar attendance as the board members. I was at the adult school graduation, Haskell Middle School Awards Night, Burbank Elementary School promotion, Tracy High School graduation, Gahr High School graduation, Ross Middle School promotion, and Cerritos High School graduation. I also participated at the end of May in a statewide superintendent's budget briefing. And that is my report.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow. Thank you, Dr. Zillow. Next one, we have employee representative report. Do we have? Thank you.
Good evening, President Say, Superintendent Zillow, members of the board, members of the cabinet, and all of our community members, parents, students, and everyone at home. My name is Ruben Mancias. I'm the Chief Negotiator for ABC Federation of Teachers, and I'm speaking tonight for Ray Gahr, our President. I want to congratulate all the students who just promoted or graduated this past week. As this school year draws to a close, it's always a time for reflection and a time for appreciation as well. Personally, I'd like to note the service of our retiree, Tanya Golden, our outgoing Executive Vice President of ABCFT. And I also would like to recognize our outgoing Tracy Principal, Ricardo Brown. The quick brown fox may be moving on, but he will not be forgotten. I'd also like to thank Dr. Frazier and his team for our work this year at the bargaining table. Mr. Wynn will present the budget numbers later tonight, but as we all know, those numbers represent actual people. On a personal note, I'm proud to celebrate my youngest son is going to graduate with his undergraduate degree next week. And I'm cognizant that this wouldn't have happened without the union jobs of his public educator parents that have helped kind of make that foundation along the way. Like so many ABC employees, our family relies on the competitive salary schedules and the excellent health benefits to support our families every step of the way. My now adult children, they can smile with confidence thanks to their dental plan. They can read their coursework thanks to the glasses. These things truly matter. And my family is just one example of all the families that have grown and flourished over time, and their success stories have been the foundation for their families and generations of achievement. It's really important to remember that we are in the people business. So I'm grateful to work for a district that continues to value its employees, even when budget numbers can be challenging. Because, like I say, at the end of the day, we are all in the people business, and our students and our employees and our community continues to be successful as a result of your commitment. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mancias. I do want to say, every time I see you, Mom. Usually she used to come to the meeting and do leading and always supporting our staff and our district. I want to thank you very much for all your family service to our district. Okay, the next one will public comment. Clerk Niola, do we have any?
Yes, we do. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comment section, and neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time of each item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. First comment, Margaret Saito, followed by Norma Williamson.
Dr. Say, members of the board, Superintendent Zillow, members of the community. My name is Margaret Saito, community member, and I want to talk about interdistrict transfers. Now, I know last meeting we talked about declining enrollment, and one of the things is that we need, as a district, to be more efficient in terms of processing these interdistrict transfers. Because, like, as of last May, there were 3,000 requests. Now, how many have been processed, I don't know. But I want to speak about one. This person received a response. They applied 6 weeks ago, and they were denied. They had applied for Kennedy, and it was for first grade. And the reason they were denied, you know, I couldn't believe it because Kennedy has low enrollment, but it was because of impacted programs and no space available. This was with regard to special education because this person, it is this little boy, okay, this one up here. He's special needs. He has a speech delayed, and so he needs some speech therapy. Not a great deal, but he's muchly improved, and it's because of that his application was rejected for first grade. We thought Kennedy would be a sure deal because it was on the list. It was in a good neighborhood where transportation would be easy to access it. Now, I don't know about the rest of you and the other people. There's the other 3,000 students, but how many are going to be rejected? You know, the problem is it's like it took you guys 6 weeks. You know, so I think you got to do a better job of processing these things. And can we work with them, families, to find if there's a workaround for this little boy? You know, because we wanted to have his brother come too. Because his brother would go into pre-K in October, so that would be 2. So how many more people are going to be rejected? How many students? Okay, so is there any way that the district can look to see if we can do workarounds, you know, in terms of what's required? Because if is a school full period, or is it just because this particular requirement has to be met first? And there's no place in the district that is available, because if we're going to respond to this appeal, we need to know where can he go in the district, because we would like to place him in the district, but we don't know what's open, what's available, and what other accommodations we would have to make. So if you would please, you know, make this information, if you're going to reject us outright or do something to give the information to the families, okay, so that they know. I know we need students. There's 3,000 applications. We really need these people, okay, in the district. And I don't want these students and these families to be disappointed as this one is, okay, because they are really disappointed that it took so long to say, no, you can't come. But there has to be a workaround. There has to be a way to meet it. And if there's not, tell us up front, okay? But if there's some way that you can give children like this little boy an opportunity for a better education, I would really appreciate it. And this is something that I, as a taxpayer, want for every student. So I appreciate your time, but I really think that we've got to do a better job, okay? And I'd like some way to deal with this, and let's re-examine each denial, okay? And I don't know why special education, I don't know what the rules are, but to deny this little boy because maybe at that particular school you don't have room available, but you don't tell us anything else. Is there other places he could apply? Because we only have 30 days, okay? If you get a notice of reject. So please, if you could do something to help us, you know, and help all these families. Because really, we need these students. We need these families, okay? Because I remember all those families that showed up. We have to help them, okay? Because these children, they were so traumatized. And I know this little one wanted to come to the school. He was looking forward to, and I'd like to find some way the district can help us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. We'll follow through.
Next speaker is Norma Williamson, followed by Mary Bueno.
Good evening, Board President Sophia Say, Dr. Gina Seelow, and board members and staff. Thank you. My name is Norma Williamson. I am a Cerritos resident and also a resident of ABC School District. And I am a member of Seroptimus International of Artesia Cerritos. And I am joined here today by some of our members. You already met Diana Needham, former mayor of Cerritos. But if our Seroptimus members could stand up and wave. Thank you. And our president, Mary Ann Tipton, wave again, Mary Ann Tipton. Okay, so we are a global volunteer organization in 120 countries, 77,000 members. And this year, in case you weren't aware of it, Seroptimus of Artesia Cerritos, we helped sponsor the Earth Day that was presented by LA County's Board Supervisor Janice Hahn. And we specifically, during that event, the Earth Day event, it was at Don Kanabe Regional Park in April 20th. And specifically, we sponsored an Earth Day Children's Art and Writing Contest. And it was co-sponsored by also Brian Hughes of the local weekly newspaper, Los Cerritos Community News. And so with me here today, we have some proud parents of our top 3 winners. If our proud parents could stand and wave. Yes. Thank you. And I will talk a little bit about their children, the top winners. But this was a contest that was open to 10 local cities, the school districts of 10 local cities. We accepted 25 contestants. And in a few minutes, I will introduce the top 3 contestants. But first, I would like to thank, well, first of all, I forgot. Sophia Say is also a member of Seroptimus International of Artesia Cerritos. Yes, that lady really gets around. And I want to thank also the clerk, Francisco Doyola, who attended the event. Thank you for your participation. And a special public thanks to Ernie Nishi, who spent his own private personal time visiting the elementary schools of his area and inviting the children to participate in this Earth Day Children's Art and Writing Contest. So with me here, I have, so I was the chair of the contest, and I'm proud to have this opportunity to introduce some of your students. Even though we had students from Paramount and Bellflower and Lakewood and other school districts, these are from ABC school districts. These are your students. So our first place winner was Abigail Son. So she will just show to the audience. And also we do have, I hope it's going around very good so you can have a personal view. So she is she just finished sixth grade at Cerritos Elementary School. She received $300 donated by our club. And she, in her writing, this is one of her quotes, I'm quoting from it. Electricity for our computers and Christmas lights is harmful to our earth. We should all use green energy like solar energy. And so it's so exciting that there's so many solar array panels all over ABC School District. So not only are these very talented artists, but they are also very descriptive writers. Okay, thank you. So you can go to the back. So our second place winner is Sonyeon Kim. She also finished from 6th grade at Stowers Elementary School. She received a cash prize of $200, and that one was donated by Brian Hughes, the editor of the weekly local newspaper. And she wrote in her paragraph, "We should save water to prevent droughts. We should recycle to reduce fossil fuels, and we should reduce our use of plastic, which is increasing our landfills." So thank you so much, Song Yoon. Congratulations. And our third place winner is Lahini Walpita. She just finished 3rd grade at Whitman Elementary School. She received $100 donated by editor Brian Hughes. And she wrote in her paragraph, "Fossil fuels like gas for cars is killing animals, people, and plants." So she is helping the earth by riding her scooter to school instead of driving a car. So congratulations, Lahini. And Lahini has a twin brother who was an honorary mention, and it was so difficult to figure out who was going to win. But he's honorary mention. You want to hold it up and hold it? Yeah, show it to the people? Yeah. So he also finished Whitman Elementary School, and he was honorary mention. And in his composition, he wrote, "One way to save energy is to ride a bus instead of using a car." So the Seroptimists wanted to introduce to the board these wonderful students, and we know that they contributed to ABC School District becoming a California honorary school district, right? Wouldn't you agree with me? They helped contribute that recognition statewide. So thank you so much for your time and giving us this opportunity to introduce your fine students. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mary Bueno, followed by Lloyd Jones.
Good evening, board members. I have first a question that at the Declining Enrollment Committee meeting, the last one on May 15th, there was an issue regarding the vote, and the staff said that they would get a legal opinion as to whether the count was correct as to the majority of those that attended the meeting versus a majority that had to count all the members, even if they were not present. So my question was that we get that legal opinion, and it was supposed, and the request was to be in writing. So my question is, was there an answer regarding that? The other thing is I do want to report an attendance that I made to Hawaiian Gardens City Council on the 22nd of May, where they recognized Hawaiian students for the STEM program, that there was a competition amongst the 16 elementary schools, and they got first prize. So, you know, it's not just the numbers that count, in my opinion. It also includes the results of the children that receive education at these schools that were considered or are still considered for closure. So I'd like to say that from the last meeting here, my observation was that apparently there are 2 members here of the board that are considering closing schools. And so I then would talk to or ask the remaining board members to have an open mind. And also, if there is a closure to be considered amongst the schools, I would like to know whether there's a plan as to how it's going to be implemented. And, you know, if it's going to take time, well then I think we need a plan before we decide what you're going to do. Because if you decide to close and there's no plan, we're going to have more chaos than exists now. So I think that it's important to have the plan, that it be fair amongst all the schools, all the areas, and not just upon one particular area or one particular group of schools. So, you know, it's going to continue. It's not over. So I hope that we take all these things into consideration, and as was mentioned before, the previous speaker, was that the children and the parents are really anxious and upset and concerned about it. Right now they think there's a reprieve, that there's not going to be closures. And then if there are, then it's really going to be traumatic. So I think they need to be informed and explained in exactly how it's going to work, if it happens. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward to share your thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mano. If you could provide us a contact so we can reach out to you, so staff can reach out for any of your questions and concerns, I'll leave your card here. Up next, we have Lloyd Jones.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President and board members, and even you, Mr. Skyler Smith, I talked to you earlier. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lloyd Jones, and I'm here as a frustrated and concerned parent to address some serious issues that have been affecting my daughter. My daughter's name is Lexi Jones. She's a freshman at Gahr High School, and there's been some issues with the Gahr High School administration relative to her grades. So let me talk about that first, and then I also want to talk about her participation in the cheer program over at Gahr. And thank you, Mr. Moore, for sticking around. First and foremost, I want to talk about the unfair treatment my daughter Lexi has experienced. My daughter suffers from generalized anxiety disorder, a condition that has been well documented and communicated to the school. Despite her keeping up with her schoolwork by submitting all of her assignments on time, her teacher in English has refused to grade her work solely based on her disability-related absences. There's protection under the ADA. We'll talk about that in the future. This refusal is not only unfair but discriminatory. School policies, labor contracts, nor any other objections that I've heard as a refusal to grading her work trump federal law. Again, the American Disabilities Act and also IDEA. No institution can implement policies that violate the law. No contract can contain language that violates the law, and it makes that part of the contract moot. I'm specifically speaking to the teacher's refusal to grade the work solely based on whatever the attendance policy is. Lexi's current grade of a D is not reflective of her actual performance and dedication. Instead, it is a result of the school's failure to accommodate her needs under the Americans with Disabilities Act. This grade will have a long-lasting negative impact on her academic record and future college prospects, which Mr. Nishi, you spoke about earlier, the importance of education and how that impacts a person's future. So I hope that this resonates with you. I am formally requesting that the school district immediately intervene to ensure Lexi's work is graded fairly and her absences are excused in accordance with ADA requirements. We cannot allow a disability to hinder a child's future, especially my child, when she's striving to succeed despite her challenges. Gahr High School's administration has failed my daughter. I've been trying to resolve this since early March. I've been trying to work with Ms. Chen at Gahr High School, who's the AP of attendance, Mr. Hernandez, who's the principal, all to no avail. Her counselor, Ms. Baird, by my accounts, must be a mystical person because I have not heard from her. She does not respond to emails, completely unresponsive. The only thing that I've gotten is when I came here a couple of weeks ago to speak to Dr. Loyce, who used to be the former principal at Gahr. People started responding to me. It took me physically coming to the district to get someone's attention to help my child, and it's still not resolved. I don't know. I think you'll see that the unresponsiveness is a common theme that's running rampant at Gahr High School right now. And Madam President, I hear that that's your area, so I hope that you will look into this. So that is the extent of the first issue. The second issue that I want to talk about is the cheer program at Gahr, which my daughter is also a member of. I recently received an email from Mr. McDonald, who's the AP over athletics, regarding the expansion of the cheer program and the search for new coaches. While this seems like a positive development on the surface, it highlights deeper issues of organizational non-clarity, lack of communication within the program and with Gahr's administration overall. In March, I reached out to both Mr. McDonald and Mr. Hernandez about the cheer program and the need for parental involvement because it was rumored that they were looking to make a change. Mr. McDonald was unresponsive as the AP over athletics, and Mr. Hernandez assured me that the parents would be included in any changes that would be made. So it was very surprising to me to get the email a couple of nights ago that they were considering a change. After, and I'm going to just go off my memory here, after I had already invested nearly $1,000 paying for the summer camp and the uniform costs and all the other things, had I known that they were contemplating a change, I would not have made that investment. I would have waited to find out what the program would look like, who the coach was, and make sure that it was a good fit for my child. So again, there's been a lot of failures at Gahr High School, and I'm hoping that the board, especially you, Madam President, will step in and look into these things and work with Mr. Moore to correct these slights, especially the ones to my child. I thank you for your time.
Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, I close public comments.
Thank you. Next, we're moving, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? Do we have any? Okay, if none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So motion passed 7-0. Next one is information item. And this is a 1.4-1, public hearing for the Local Control Accountability and Plan, which is we call LCAP, and the preliminary budget for the 2024 to 2025 fiscal year. Dr. Castro and Mr. Nguyen.
Good evening, President Say, Vice President Mr. Nishi, Clerk Noyola, and distinguished board members. I'm very proud and excited to share with you the development of the new 2024 to 2027 LCAP. It's been a very hard work in progress, especially for the team members that are present today. So if you will allow me, I do want to acknowledge some of the directors that have been in direct contact with our community, with our staff, in working on this initiative. And that is Dr. Christine Balbuena. Will you please stand? You're in the audience this evening. Dr. Evelyn Ha, Dr. Myra Lozano, Dr. Soko Verduzco, and Mr. Mike Lawrence. I want to acknowledge that they have not only given several days of focus and attention to analyzing data, providing analysis and reflection on the goals that we've had in the past, as well as developing these new goals, but when we had our LCAP parent advisory committees, they literally sat at tables with our community, speaking in multiple languages sometimes, just to gather input and making sure that parents' voices were heard as part of this process, which is, I'm hoping, a theme that you'll hear throughout the presentation today. In addition, you should have a folder at your tables. And I'm sorry ahead of time, but I gave you a large number of documents in here, so I'm going to walk you through it a little bit. This is a folder that was actually provided to our parents during the community advisory committees, the parent advisory committees. And so I just gave you an exact copy of those folders. In addition to having the PowerPoint presentation, as you typically do, a few of these items I will ask you to kind of have available to you, and I'll point out a few things from these documents for you throughout the presentation. First and foremost, when we had various meetings throughout the year under the direction of our superintendent, Dr. Zietlow, we asked the community, we asked staff, we asked parents, what are the skills and qualities that you want to see in an ABC student? What are the skills and qualities that you want us to have develop by the time they graduate from us? And some of you may remember, because you were part of those meetings, that we had Post-its, we asked for input, and so I'm happy that on the very front of your folders you'll see a sticker that reflects our new representation of our student learner profile. Our student learner profile means that we want students in ABC, when they graduate and they leave us, that they are collaborative problem solvers. They're effective communicators, empathetic, and conscientious leaders. And the reason I'm presenting this to you now as part of our LCAP plan is because this is the lens that we want to use when we analyze any of our programs and supports that we're providing students. We want to ask ourselves the question, is this program, is this activity going to develop students to these skills? Are they going to create students that are problem solvers, effective communicators, empathetic and conscientious leaders? So that is the lens with which we are going to look at our various programs and activities and actions, and this will be more on the forefront as we go into the next 2024 to 2025 school year. Okay, really quickly, at the end of my presentation, you will have a complete overview of the budget from our CFO. But first, just to give you a brief reminder about the LCAP funds that we receive. The LCFF, or Local Control Funding Formula, is based on 3 pots of money. The first pot is the base funds. Base funds are really based on the per student base amount. So that's really based on your enrollment, which obviously if you're faced with declining enrollment can actually change. And it's also a percentage of the attendance of students actually being at school every single day. Those funds are typically reserved for just basic functions of a school environment. Hiring staff, classified, certificated, having bus drivers, having paraeducators, the secretaries, the teachers, making sure we can turn the lights on in classrooms and throughout the school, the desks, the books, just the very basics of what it takes to make a school function and run. That's what the base funds are intended for, and that's what they're used for. Additional needs than the rest of the student population, those are the groups of students that the state has identified as requiring additional services and support. So the state says that if the district has 55% or lower of those percentage of UDP groups, then the funds that you use for the supplemental LCAP can only be used for those student groups. If it is above 55%, then the activities and actions associated with supplemental concentration must be designed for low-income English learner and foster homeless youth. ABC is in the category of being above 55%. So all the services and actions you hear today, although they are designed for our students of low-income English learner and foster youth, they can be accessed by all students. For example, this week, tomorrow actually for secondary and next week for elementary, summer school. Summer school is funded by our LCAP supplemental funds. So we design that to make sure that our low-income students, our foster youth, our English learners have access to be able to make up credits, to have support. But we don't just offer it to those student groups, we offer it to all students who need that. It's primarily designed for that student group, but all students have access to summer school programs. And again, we'll go into more detail about the budget after this presentation. Another requirement of the LCAP that we want to make sure is clear is that we have to follow state laws in which require that our data is a central point, so that's our California dashboard data. In addition to that, that we have our 8 state priorities. So our 8 state priorities are represented in symbols here, but they include, number 1, basic needs for students, the state standards being implemented, parental involvement, pupil achievement, pupil engagement, school climate, course access, and other additional pupil outcomes that are specific to the local needs of the community. So our LCAP, when we write our plans, we have to indicate which one of these priorities we're covering within the plan itself. This is a graphic that I showed to our parents during our parent advisory committee. This is a graphic that shows that typically when we say we're data-driven, then we're just looking at numbers. But in ABC, we take the approach that we not only want to be driven by the data, but we also want to understand the context, the experience, and the observations around that so that we're data-informed. So, for example, we did many parent advisory sessions where we listened to our parents about what their needs were. We went around and we did student voice forums for elementary, middle, and high school, and we listened to the needs of the students. We met with our union groups, classified and certificated, and we gathered input from them. We sent out a number of surveys to gather information about how students, staff, and parents were experiencing ABC Unified, and as well, we did empathy interviews with teachers specifically around math. So that all together, along with the data from the California dashboard, is the information that we've pulled together and studied in order to present this plan to you today. This is just a reminder that part of the required metrics that we need to use is our California dashboard data, and you can see there that currently we are in the yellow for chronic absenteeism, suspension, English learner, and graduation rate, while we are in the green for English language arts and math. There is no current color for college and career. That comes next year, but we have a very high, or a high rating, excuse me. Our goal, of course, is to always see green or blue. That is always the goal, to see more green and blue on the screen, and that is what the plan is working towards. Another handout that you see in your folder packet is this ABC Unified Educational Partners Guide. It is available in English and Spanish for our community as well, and it provides all the summary of the data that I described for you. I described for you the administrator input, the teacher input, the parent input, and the student input. So all that data is gathered in this document for you, so that if parents have questions about, well, what are people saying about the safety of ABC? What are people saying about the connectedness of ABC? That information is here, so you can see that in the numbers that we've collected. The purpose of this guide is to really, again, provide transparency as well as the information, and it gives us a comprehensive overview of the needs of all of our educational partners in ABC. And you'll see, I'll give you an example later in the presentation of how we use this information to drive some of the actions that we take with the LCAP. A new document this year that we generated for our parents is our LCAP kind of response to all the input that was gathered. I mean, you should see all the Excel files and documents that I have of the actual comments that were gathered on Post-it notes, but we pull them together in the themes. So our flyer here says, "Your voice, our action, we heard you, and ABC Unified responded." And so you can see the themes that have come up, such as academic programs and supports, ensuring teacher training and staff development, student wellness and support, inclusive education and resource equity, community engagement, and college and career advocacy. And we made sure that we address each of these themes within our goals and within the actions of the new LCAP plan. In our new LCAP, there are 3 broad goals. You can see them listed there in the different colors that match the handouts we provided you. The first goal is around academics. The second goal is around connectedness and safety. And the third goal is around college and career. We have 2 focus goals. One is students with different abilities or students of special education, a goal specific for that student group. Number 5 is new to the state this year, is our equity multiplier funds, which are provided to specific school sites. The state has to designate which schools can receive this. In ABC, the only school that qualifies that is receiving additional funds is Tracy High School. And so we have to provide a focus goal specific to this school, and you'll see that in this presentation. And that is different from the past years. Another graphic that we use with both our parents and staff to explain how we develop the LCAP is all of these services and actions are for a common goal, which is to support our students. We want to make sure that all these services and actions exist in order to support our students. And so we have to ask ourselves, what outcomes do we want for our students? From that, we then have to think about, if we want something specific for our students, what do our teachers need in order to help create that environment or that educational experience for our students? And so what does that teacher support look like? Backwards mapping from that, we then have to think about, what do our site administrators need in order to support our teachers so that they're being able to do the best job possible for our students? And then what does the district need to do to support our site administrators, and think about the entire community so that our services are then directly received by our students. And that is the through line that we try to think about every time we create plans and actions in ABC Unified. So before we go further, I'm going to provide you an overview about some of the new changes with this year's LCAP that has not been a part of the requirements in the past. In addition to the several handouts that you have that provide you a quick snapshot of the goals and the actions, you also have an appendix that you'll see with a number of gray tables similar to the image above. So these tables, what they are providing you information, it's a requirement of the state now that any groups that are designated as being in the red on the California dashboard and or any schools that have any groups in the red must be identified on the LCAP. So this is the way that we are doing it in the LCAP. This table is embedded as part of our LCAP plan. And what it shows is in the different metrics such as ELA, math, English Learner Progress Indicator, college and career, it shows the various student groups and any schools that those student groups performed in the red. For those audience members that are watching who may not understand what I mean by when I say it's in the red means that their performance level was extremely low based to the general performance at the school district, and or there has been no changes for several years in their performance level, meaning there's no progress happening, so that the state designates that group as being in the quote-unquote red. For ABC Unified, we have two groups in the red district-wide. The first group is our foster youth. So we have to make sure we have some actions in our LCAP that are principally directed to serve and support our foster youth in the area of English language arts. And then the second group is our special education students that are in the red for math. Another item that you will see in the handouts that's part of the requirements is that for each goal that was developed, we have to include a why statement. And the why statement cannot just be about the data on the dashboard, but must also indicate what the educational partners identified as a need, so that we can show that using both the data from our dashboard and the data from our educational partners, that then has created the actual proposed actions from our LCAP. Something different that we also did this year in order to make sure it was more transparent to our community and to use our board members what those actions mean, we provided some bulletin activities that are related to those actions so that it could be clear to our families, to our community, to our educational partners, when we say a specific action, what we mean by that. All right, so now I'm going to go into the specific LCAP goals and actions in order to give you an overview of some of the items and some of the newer items that are within each of them. The first is our academic goal, which states, we are going to ensure improved academic outcomes for all students by implementing ABC's 4 pillars of the instructional framework, which include environment, engagement, evaluation of learning and empowerment, as well as tiered academic support practices across grade spans. ABC Unified commits to supporting student growth towards achieving grade level goals as indicated by local state assessments, ultimately ensuring students graduate on time. So many times when we see actions such as supplemental materials, the community doesn't really know what that means because supplemental materials can mean a lot of things. So I'm going to show you a short video of an action we took this year that is referencing supplemental materials, and then I'm going to show you why we decided to take this action this past year. And this was our diversity book fair. Our diversity book fair, as you've heard from before, was when we provided books to all of our elementary students. That's right, I said to all of our elementary students. Every single elementary student was able to attend the book fair and select a book of their choosing. So there was no requirement other than enjoy, grab some apple juice, grab a Nutrition Services approved cookie, and then pick a book out for you to enjoy. And some schools gave students time to sit out on the grass to read their book, to enjoy with their friends. Many students walked away very excited, taking books that they recognize as part of their culture or part of their family community or that they felt that they were connected to. So I'm going to show you a short video representing our diversity book fair.
My name is Maria Tuazbuena, and I am the proud principal of Hawaiian Elementary. Today, we were fortunate enough to be able to host our Academic Services Diversity Book Fair. It was so fantastic to be able to see our students get so excited about the books that they had available and just about the idea of reading. So again, getting them to learn the importance of having access to these books, but also to making reading part of their lifestyle.
Hi there, I'm Emma Smith, the local consultant for Scholastic Education Solutions. We're here supporting ABC Unified School District with their Diversity Fair book giveaway. ABC Unified is on the forefront of education here in California, and Scholastic is excited to support this initiative, all of the students, the families, and the community.
Hi, my name is Dr. Myra Lozano and I am the Director of School Services, and I'm super excited to be here today at Hawaiian for our very first ABC Unified Diversity Book Fair. It's just amazing to see all our students coming in and selecting books that they love and that they're getting to learn about many other cultures and sometimes learning about their own.
Hello, my name is Luz Asa. I am an EL counselor here at Hawaiian, and today we are celebrating diversity. I worked really hard with Ms. Yasutaki. We got everything ready for the event, and we just want to go ahead and inform how important reading is, not just here at school, but at home as well. So parents, once your students come home, please read the book with them. It's very important. Thank you.
Now on three, we love reading. 1, 2, 3. We love reading!
So that is just one small example of an activity under supplemental materials that we actually conducted this year and that we want to continue to do that next year. Why did we do this activity, as I'm trying to get the clicker to work? I'll tell you why. If you look on page 7 of your education... On page 7, on the bottom, is this image here. And so last year, when we looked at this data, it's the parent survey question that was asked states, this school provides instructional materials that reflect my child's culture, ethnicity, and identity. Last year, we saw some pretty low numbers. In elementary, it was only at 78%. Middle, it was at 72%. And then it decreased even more at high school with only 61% of students, of parents saying that they agreed with this statement. So we thought to ourselves, in addition to other ways that we can make sure we support children's culture, ethnicity, and identity, we thought this diversity book fair would also help with that. And we're happy to see that a multitude of efforts, including working with our teachers, professional learning, providing more diverse materials to our students, shows an increase this year of 6%, so we're now at 84% in elementary, middle school 80%, that was an increase of 8% from the past, and a 10% increase in high school with 71%. So that is a testament again to the work that we've done this past year in trying to make sure we're addressing the needs that we see from our community. Another example of how our LCAP goals are developed is indicated here, and how we use the various data points, both quantitative and qualitative. This shows data points from our California dashboard, where, as you recall, we've talked about how 52% of our students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 met or exceeded the standards, and then you can see the breakdown by subgroups. I also conducted teacher empathy interviews, and I want to say a huge thank you to Ray Gahr, our union president, for working with me to attend those meetings. I was able to sit alongside him and hear about math teachers' concerns specific to their classrooms. I interviewed 5th grade teachers. I also interviewed middle school teachers and high school teachers in this process, specifically Math 1. So we heard a lot of comments from our teachers around math fluency and students needing to understand their math facts. In addition, we talked to administrators who wanted more supports with math initiatives at their school sites specific to the needs of certain student groups. We see in the dashboard, and you'll see that on the next slide, that some of our students' groups are struggling in this area as they are labeled being in the red on the dashboard. And when we met with our parents, we had a lot of comments around math instruction support, wanting to make sure there was access to math technology programs and after-school tutoring. So here from that table that I indicated before, you can see in the column of math, several schools are listed as well as district-wide for our students with disabilities in the area of red. So we know it's not just one action that we can take to address math, it's several integrated approaches. And so that is what you see here, that when you see the actions, it's not just for one thing, like for the area of math, action 1, supplemental materials. We're going to use those funds for additional learning materials to improve practice, and that could be a workbook or that could be a technology program. Progress monitoring, we want to make sure we track student progress throughout the year to see how they're performing, and so that's part of using those assessments for benchmarks. Action 4 literally states that we're going to develop math support programs to build fluency in response to what not only our teachers said, but also what our parents stated, including the after-school tutoring programs that were requested, math online programs, small group support throughout the day, and math coaches at our very high-needs sites that are indicated on the LCAP tables. Action 5, summer school, making sure there's grade level support and acceleration programs for our GATE students in summer school. Action 9, professional learning for our teachers around any new initiatives and the latest research on how to build number sense and math fluency. And then Action 11, additional staff for high needs site, particularly some of those math coaches or additional math teachers as needed based on the school's need. This is the extensive list of Goal 1, and again, I highlighted Action 4 because that is newer. All the items listed on there, they existed in some form or another on our previous LCAP. Another item that might seem new to you is literacy labs in elementary schools and writing support centers in secondary. With our post-COVID additional funds, we were able to establish those, and we saw some success with those in our schools. So we wanted to make sure we continue to provide support for those two initiatives for ELA. The next goal you can see there is our LCAP Goal 2 that is specific to connectedness and safety. I won't read it out loud for the interest of time, but it is specifically to support students' sense of well-being and sense of safety by ensuring that we have caring adult relationships and that we're looking at the physical and emotional safety of students at school. Here are the actions that are related to that, and you have an extensive list of activities related to these actions. Something that is a little newer and different that you might notice is Action 5, Bullying Prevention Program and Communication System. We want to work with IT to make sure we have an anonymous way for students to report bullying online that can be then referred back to their school sites so the school sites can take appropriate action in investigating, but that we have a safe way for students to report any activities that are deemed as bullying at the school site and therefore increasing the sense of safety and outreach for our families and students. Just a note, you see item 13 is italicized there at the bottom. That's because that item is specific to the base funds. Remember we talked about the base funds is just the funds we needed to run a school. Items 1 through 12 are our supplemental funds. LCAP Goal 3, College and Career Readiness. Again, you saw in the metrics from the California dashboard, there's a huge push from the state to make sure that our students are college and career ready. And they measure that through several ways. One, and most of them are integrated. So in order to achieve college and career readiness, you not only have to pass your A through G classes, but you also have to pass at least 2 AP exams. You have to, if you can't do that, because the AP is not for everybody, then you also have to consider completing a CTE pathway. If you complete a CTE pathway, that alone itself does not show you're college and career ready. You also have to take at least 1 dual enrollment class along with your CTE pathway. So there's multiple options that the state has given and combinations to show your college and career readiness. And so based on our parents' feedback and educational partners' feedback, most of the items listed here are to support that initiative. Something new to ABC coming soon next year is that we plan to provide the PSAT to all 9th and 10th grade students in all high schools. In the past, we have provided this to only 10th graders. We have decided to move in the direction of supporting our 9th and 10th graders with this. And we think that's important because, as you know, our CASPS tests only happen in 11th grade for high school. So there's 2 years of standardized assessment information that we do not have. And so we want to make sure we have that information so we can help students progress with their English and math skills, but also the PSAT provides us information about which areas that we should be allowing or offering for our students to take for advanced placement. And College Board provides us with a report called the AP Potential, and based on how students perform on this test, they then tell us this percentage of students would do successful with this type of AP class, whether it be AP English Language, whether it be AP Spanish, AP Physics, AP Music Theory, and so that helps us to know which classes we should be offering to maximize the success and potential of our students. Goal 4, as you know, is specific to the needs of special education. So I just want to make a note here. Goals 1, 2, and 3 were about the supplemental funds. Goal 4, because special ed students is not considered part of the UDP group that I had noted before, we are committing as a district to pay specialized attention to this group of students because, as you may have seen in the data, we are district-wide for math, for students with disabilities, and there are also other areas that we want to address. So in order to show that commitment, we are committing a certain amount of our base funds to make sure that our students with disabilities have additional support systems. For example, one thing that we heard from families is they need more information prior to their first IEP about what that process is and what it means. When a student qualifies for special ed, sometimes all of a sudden they get thrown in these meetings, there's 10 other adults in the room and everybody's talking about their child, and so they're not really sure how they should advocate for themselves, for their child, how to work in partnership with our staff, and so that's one of our actions is to coordinate a welcome and orientation meetings for our families new to the IEP process to really work in partnership with our parents to provide the best supports possible for students with an individualized education plan. The items you see in italics are listed there only because these are items that are already in the supplemental funds under other actions. And as you recall, I told you that for those supplemental funds, because our percentage of UDP students is above 55%, these items will also be used to help support our special education student. It's not like we can take a student and cut them in different pieces and say, you're this, you're that, you get to do this, you can't do that. In ABC, because of our percentage rate, we actually can integrate all these actions for all of our student groups. So I wanted to point that out. Excuse me. Next is our equity multiplier funds, and this is a specific goal for Tracy High School based on their dashboard results. As you know, Tracy High School is our continuation school, and one thing that we are consistently working on in conjunction with the administration there and the staff is how can we improve the educational experience, particularly when it comes to graduation rates for Tracy High School. We want to make sure all of our students graduate on time and are able to then pursue their post-secondary career or college goals. And so I do want to acknowledge the work that Academic Services has done in conjunction with CWA and the staff and administration from Tracy High School. And I do want to point out some of the staff members. I apologize if I don't have everybody here. They're not here this evening, but it includes Mr. Garcia, who was the interim principal, was part of the development plan. We met with the team, by the way, several times, and we even visited local continuation high schools across Southern California to kind of work in partnership with them to see what has been working at other schools and what can we learn from them. So Mr. Anthony Oda, Mr. Cliff Aska, Ms. Nicolette Duke, our counselor, Mrs. Rodriguez, counselor, Ms. Rojas, Ms. Erica Hartley, Mr. Mead, Mr. Cruz, and Ms. Gray were all part of that process along with Mr. Garcia of visiting these school sites and planning around this focus goal. So you can see we have 4 specific goals for Tracy High School about providing intensive academic guidance support, providing additional technical support for chronic absenteeism, because if students don't come to school, then they can't graduate on time or pass their classes. And then providing additional staff to provide one-to-one support for our long-term English learners and newcomers. And then supports for student well-being. We noticed that many of the other continuation schools had rooms that were called the wellness room or food pantries or a place to even just wash their clothes. So having a place at Tracy where students who don't have food security or who need a place to just calm down, relax, catch up on their, take a breath for a moment would be something valuable for that school community. And with that, I have finished the presentation on the actual LCAP plan, and I believe before I hand it over to Mr. Nguyen that the board would like comments at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. This item, information item 1.4-1 had two parts in here. So first we want to have any public comment on your section first. Then after public comment and discussion, we will get back to our Mr. Yuan presentation, okay? So now, Neola, do you have, board member Mr. Neola, do we have any public comment on this public hearing on LCAP?
I do not see any public comments.
Okay. Any discussion from my colleague here? So I do have one, which is Dr. Rios.
So LCAP has taken on a new meaning for me because now in my day job I get to become very intimately aligned with this. Anyway, I really, really, really like this systems thinking approach of starting with what we want from our students. My question is, and I guess that's more something that remains to be seen, is are we aligning our funding to fit these priorities? Because you're right, if we want students to be able to do something, we need to make sure that the teachers are equipped. And I know time and time again, when we talk to teachers, they'll tell us that they can use help, for example, in addressing the needs of our English learners, where we see limited growth. And then, going back and saying, what are our site administrators? How are they being supported? And then again, of course, at the district. So can somebody speak to that, please?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Rios. One of the documents I was not able to point out to you that'll also be part of Mr. Nguyen's presentation is the comprehensive list that usually you are provided that has all the actions kind of pulled out of the LCAP, so you can see the short title and the amount that's proposed for each one. And so the support for teachers is listed under Goal 1. We have actually a pretty large goal under 1.9 for professional learning for both certificated and classified staff, as well as coaching support for administrators under 1.10. So you can see what's been fiscally allocated to that. And again, it's part of our plan to make sure we're aligning the goals of the LCAP, the data, such as making sure that our EL students are receiving support and our school sites receive learning through the EL roadmap principles. We have done principle 1 and 2, and so we need to continue to do that work throughout our schools and continue that collaborative process of working with school sites on their various needs.
Thank you. Math continues to be an issue, and I noticed that when we talked about math, some of our action plans are to, buy programs and have kids access curriculum. But we know that a lot of the problems that came as a result of the pandemic can better be solved by people. So I'm wondering if there is a plan, just like we offered EL counselors to address the needs of EL learners, if we can consider maybe math specialists, because, our outcomes are, like I noticed some of them, it's not where we need, I think it was like 50% or something. But that's probably because some of our schools that tend to do really well boost that number. But I know that if we just look at our low-income students, as I, went ahead and just looked at some of the data, the numbers of students who are meeting standards are significantly lower. And I'll speak to specifically schools in Area 6. So are there specific actions, or ways that we can take some of this budget, $26 million now, to better address those needs?
Yes, Action 1.4 speaks to math support programs. Math support programs is not, one example is the software programs that you speak of, the online programs, but another program of support is having math coaches, which, as you framed, are specialists, right? So we're looking at math coaches, not only at the middle, but also feeder elementary sites. We are also looking to make sure our first priority when we design our after-school tutoring program is to have our own teachers teach the program. We'd rather have that than have to bring in outsiders. But they're not always available, and so we do our best to have our own teachers design those programs. And so putting some funds aside to make sure that every elementary school and middle school can provide some type of tutoring program, as well as the supports that we can provide at high school. So there is some funds within those actions to be able to have those activities where we have teachers that can directly work with students in those areas. Much in the way like we have literacy intervention teachers, we're looking at hiring some math specialists that can work with students throughout the day in a support kind of environment.
Thank you. And yes, I was very happy to see about the literacy lab and the video and all, but I noticed goal one is about student outcomes and improving those. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is a goal that it's a state goal, and I know we've been talking about for years, and that is getting every kid reading by 3rd grade. Is that in our LCAP, and how are we doing with that goal?
Yes, thank you for the question. That is part of our 1.2 goal of the literacy labs. Part of the literacy labs is having those reading intervention teachers. And not that literacy labs are literally a location, it's more that it's this concept of what is the educational environment that we need to provide for students to be able to meet that goal of reading by 3rd grade. And so we've looked at the various programs, some of the literacy tutors that we pay for at some of our school sites, particularly like you said in Area 6, that may need additional support so that a teacher can do small group instruction, providing the latest professional learning, bless you, on the science of reading, the science of reading initiatives that will help our teachers provide the best reading instruction. And so using that in conjunction with 1.3, where we able to progress monitor students in grades TK to 2nd grade, because we don't have any state assessments to monitor that, but providing our own internal assessments to see how students are progressing towards that. At some of our schools, we've seen huge gains in progress, and so it's a matter of maintaining that progress through the years so that we can make sure that by the time they get to 3rd grade and they have those state assessments, that they're performing as well as they've been performing in TK, Kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade.
Okay, and that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one is our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I was really happy to see the bullying prevention and communication system. It's so important. I wrote about this in my article about preventing school shootings. It's a great idea, and researchers have found when they debrief critical incidents that this was not in place at schools where something went wrong. I know we currently have a phone number, but it's not well advertised, so I hope as part of this process, an email, text can be sent to all parents and students and say, please put this number in your phone right now, and if you ever see or hear anything, use it. We want to hear from you. So something as simple as that can be a game changer and save lives. So I want to applaud the group for thinking of this. Secondly, I like that we're offering the PSAT a year earlier. I think that's smart. Kids get to take it once before they take it. They know what to expect, and we can make any changes in teaching them for the following year. So I like that also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. And next one is our Vice President, Mr. Nishii. Mr.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick too. Yes, I don't have a professional background in this, but from the parent perspective, I've talked to parents as I'm walking the dog, and they said that your outreach was actually, they were surprised how much you actually considered their input, so they could see the difference between the first meeting and the second meeting in terms of the changes that you've made to address the parental things. I like the math part. I like the band and BAPA part. That's a big part of your budget, I see. PSAT, I think, is also great because that helps with getting us college ready, because that's one of the things that they're going to have to take to get to the next level. So I think that's really important. I know not a lot of parents talked about GATE that much, but for the parents that didn't show up to those meetings, I do know that some of the robustness, I see that you're doing it for the summer program, but maybe not all the students will be doing the summer schools. So just if in the future budgets, if you could consider illicit parental response regarding GATE, because I know that those kids need some help too. And I know that we don't have a specific line item for them, but they attract people to come to this district, and having a good program there will also help attract other parents to come to this district because they'll see us as an excelling district. So I see that as a marketing group for our parents. This may not be tool related, but some of the people are talking about and by the way, I like this. The way it's specific, and there's dollar amounts. I don't know what all the dollar amounts mean, but to a certain extent, how much you put into something, dollar-wise, it shows you the emphasis that you're going to have. Each line item, down to the $2,836, you know. So something came into that, and it took a lot of time to figure out down to the penny what you're spending on this. So I know it's not all computers that do all this. So again, thanks.
It's called Tuan. That's what.
It's called Tuan? Okay. But I think there's a little bit of leadership on your
Yes.
side and your team. So I will also throw a little bit of credit on that side. That's it. I like the report. I think it's very reflective.
Thank you, Mr. Nishii. Just so the public is aware, I want to make sure everyone's aware that in 1.6, where we talk about interactive math and science enrichment activities, one of the activities we want to include for that is experiences for GATE students, because we know for GATE students, because they have accelerated learning, actually doing the math and science in real world and applying it in more of a STEM kind of way is what will expand their learning. And the other area that we're excited to announce that we want to make sure families are aware of is Action 3.2, broaden AP course offerings. So you heard Mr. Hamamura discuss about the pre-AP program. So we're looking to expand that to provide even our 5th and 6th graders with some pre-AP opportunities to start preparing them for what the type of coursework they'll experience in the future in an AP course. So those are some of the things we're planning on and working on in this 3-year plan.
Okay.
Yep,
Done.
done.
Thank you, Vice President Ms. Nishii. Next one will be our board member, Mr. Yu.
Thank you, President Say, and Dr. Castro and your team did a great job. And over the past few years, I could see that today's presentation, there's definitely been improvements and progress. I'd like to point out just the math section, because I know how important math is. I always talk about math, but how you have this math online programs, IXL, Freckle Math, after-school tutoring, small group support during the school day, math coaches for high-needs school sites, and during the summer, grade level support and acceleration programs. I mean, all of these, it's really the parents and the students should definitely capitalize on all the programs that we provide at ABC. Because, with all these programs that's out there, this should help, right? Just a quick question. How is our ABC program effective? And how do we measure this success?
Thank you for the question. Actually, that's an important part of the new LCAP. The new LCAP now requires that we use specific state metrics, and then those state metrics at the end of the year are directly tied to an action, and we have to state in our reflection whether that action has been effective or ineffective based on either survey data, state benchmark or state testing, local benchmark testing, various number of metrics, graduation rates, college and career indicator, et cetera. And if something is deemed ineffective, the state no longer allows us to continue that action. So we do have to be very mindful and careful and track that progress throughout the year. At the mid-year point, I'll be able to provide you some further information about our progress based on the state testing. I'm happy to also announce to our community that we, at this point, have about 90% of our test scores in. Usually we don't get our test scores till middle of July, and so the state really has turned around those test scores. Some of you may have the experience that I had, where I already have my son's test scores on Aries, which is amazing. So that helps me as a parent plan for the summer, what they need to work on for next year, think about whether they need to sign up for summer school. But it's going to help us as educators make sure we're preparing for the beginning of the school year better, and to be able to identify from those state tests what are the areas we need to provide more emphasis in. So our progress has been steady, and in some areas we've improved, and in other areas we show slower progress, but we're hoping with all these actions tied together that we can see even greater gains with these test scores as well as local benchmarks.
Thank you very much. Great job. You and all of your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next one is our board clerk, Mr. Neola.
Thank you, President Say. I just wanted to also echo what my colleagues have said. Thank you guys for putting together this LCAP. I know all the work, all the interviews, all the input and data that you guys have to go through to put together these packets, and these are great goals. I only have one quick question. I understand, visiting all the schools, the multi-tiered levels of supports that we have for students, and every school looks at, individualized student data, like benchmarks, like you mentioned, and grades, and they have their team look at that to help elevate students based off their needs as they come up. But my question is, how are we being intentional with the specific subgroups that these supplemental grants are there to support? I know these dollars are for all students now, but how are we being intentional to support the specific subgroups that they were designed for?
Yes, thank you. That's a great question. I'll give you an example with our English learners. So the state now requires we look at long-term English learners as a separate data point from our English learners. And so as a team, we look at that together. As a district, we actually have what we call our English Learner Collaborative Working Group. It consists of not only ourselves as district office members and my directors behind me that you see, but also of school site principals. And next year, we're going to start to include some of our teachers. Our district TOSAs, which are our teachers, are a part of that. And we look at that data and then start to determine what are some of the needs specific across the district, so any EL student can receive a programming support across the district. And then are there differences, are there specific needs, for example, at FEDI that are different than the type of support we need to provide for EL students at Carmenita? And what does that look like? So we do specialized programs. We don't just throw all programs out there across all school sites. Sometimes we notice that schools that have a greater percentage of English learners, we work with that staff to consider what are the specialized needs. Is there a need for a different curriculum? Do they need more time with an EL counselor because there's such a large number of students that that counselor needs to provide more parent workshops, more information to families about reclassification? So just as a teacher looks at the specific needs of their students, the district follows the same kind of model by looking at the data as a whole, but then pulling it by school site and in groups, and then meeting with those principals and school sites to be collaborative in the way that we approach that.
Thank you.
Done? Okay. I have two questions. We're all talking about how do we hire specialists to help us math or English. I think that's one thing I'm looking to is how do we promote the parents get involved and the community to get involved. We're talking about grandpa, grandmother, or some teachers in local retire. And like, I think there was Miss Mary Brianna. Brianna, right? She came forward and she thinks really wanting to participate in community needs. The reason I say we need to get parents involved, we need to open some area to help the parent, to educate the parent too. I think Toino, my grandson, Lucas Cou, he's only 4 years old. He can read. He also add, right? He's my witness. Because I think parents are involved with that, it's helping them to teach them, start early. And I think sometimes I worry about him, it's too early to expose him so much. But he loves to read. And when he sits down, he likes to do some calculation. But he does have fun time too. I mean, we make sure he has balanced thing. So one of the highlights here is I didn't see that much community participating with the parents. We need to start some program to think about. Some parents probably don't know math. Some parents probably don't know English. Maybe we'll provide some program, have them come together, learn together. And I do know I had a couple group of students approach me. Those are graduates from our ABC. They currently, a few of them attend UCLA and USC. They were supposed to come in today to present their offer to our district for free. And we also have current high school students are wanting to teach. That post on the website say, hey, we want to teach people about math and English. We probably also need to, I'm going to send them to you. So have you maybe help somehow that way. We can, that's how I see parent involvement make big deal out of to me.
Yes, I appreciate that. Action 2.11, there's some money set aside for community engagement workshops in addition to parent advisory. And so part of our plan is to provide those parent workshops. We also partner with the adult school to provide workshops throughout the year. As well as our ABC District Showcase, we provide workshops for families. But I think that, anytime that students can see a peer mentoring and supporting them, particularly in an area of math or someone who's graduated from ABC who's willing to volunteer, We welcome them with open arms because it makes a difference, right? When a student sees, I have that with my own child. When I try to help them with math, it's like, Mom, what do you know? But if someone who's about their age or a little bit older who's been successful in math helps them, all of a sudden, they understand the material. So that is also something that we welcome and accept from our community as well.
I'll give you the number 2 today. Because I know in the past, just get all that. I remember Winnie High School usually tutored Wheatman Elementary School. They would tutor the math and English. Because after they finished their school, they just walk to the Wheatman and help the students. That was before the COVID. So I will definitely send information to you. I will. Thank you again, though. It was wonderful, wonderful presentation. You're so knowledgeable. Thank you. So, no, the other thing. And see, I need to go there first, right? Okay. So next one, we'll move on to the budget, and now I'm going to call Mr. Lewin. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, President Say. Good evening. So tonight, along with the LCAP presentation, is the budget presentation for the 24-25 school year, which is next year. Legally, the district is required to present to the board information item, conduct public hearing regarding the LCAP and the budget before the board can take action on the 2 items at the following public meeting. So with that, I will go over the recap of the budget for ABC next year. We start with the state of the state. Where are we in the state of California fiscally? So 2 years ago, the state had about $97 billion in deficit. And we have gone from that much to now, depends on who you talk to, about $45 billion in deficit. I'm sorry, $97 billion in surplus, and now $45 billion in deficit. Could be potentially up to $73 billion in deficit. So that's a swing of about $150 billion. So you have gone from $97 billion in surplus to $45 billion in deficit spending. And what does it mean when we say deficit spending? It basically means that the expenditures outpace revenues by that much. Your expenditures is higher than your revenues by $45 billion. So we have, when that happens, we have to make adjustments to the budget, right? There's only 2 sides of the ledger. You either reduce expenditures or you increase revenues. It's as simple as that. So the governor and the legislatures have recognized the deficit early on and addressed $17.3 billion of that. And now with the May revision, he proposed to resolve the remainder of the $27.3 billion. So what happened? It's part of it is the state progressive tax systems, right? Where half of all personal income tax is paid by the top 1% of the taxpayer. That's about 18,000 individuals there. 1% of the population pay for 50% of the taxes. There's issue always ongoing with high inflation, as we all experience, and high interest rates that also impact the economy. So that's what caused the swing between surplus and deficit. So early state actions, it's all boiled down to reductions in expenditures, additional revenues and borrowing, delays, expenditures and deferrals, and shift expenditures to another fund. So that's a combination. These are the strategies, if you will, or the budget utilities that the state have utilized to balance the state budget, right? So you reduce expenditures, you try to raise revenues, and you try to delay costs or shift costs to another programs. And that's how you make things work. So this is the additional $27 billion proposed by the governors, is that a lot of it is in reductions, spending down the reserve. The bulk of it is also the funding shifts to another program or deferrals. When I say deferrals, that means that they just defer the payment or the liability into future years. So that's what deferrals mean. So it's that so they don't have to deal with it next year, but maybe sometime in the future. So we are in California, unemployment rate is at 5.3%. Unfortunately, that is highest in the country. The average for the nation is at 3.9%. So California right now have one of the highest unemployment rate in the country versus 3.9 for the rest of the nation. That's part of the problem, obviously, right? People don't work, they don't pay tax, therefore there's upside down in the state budget. Another percentage or the point that I want to point out is something called the labor participation rate, which has been going up since COVID at 62.7%. And that, what does that mean is that basically those adults who's willing to work, have work or actively seeking work, have work. So 62.7% of our adults. CPI inflation is an issue, as we all know. It peaked out at 8% and now it's down to 3.4%. It is still higher than what the Federal Reserve have hoped for, which is about 2%. Their long-term goal is 2% inflation. We are at 3.4%. Now, inflation is different than something called COLA, which is the cost of living adjustment, which I'll talk about later. But inflation now is at 3.4% or CPI. The Fed fund rate is at 5.5%, 5.25%, 5.5%. This is the rate that the Federal Reserve set for overnight borrowing. This is basically the rate that you will earn if you have savings account, so at your bank. So it's been, the good news is that at least this has been higher. If we have years that it was under 1%, and now you can have a good 4 or 5%, CD at your bank. So, but this also impacts the borrowing. That's the flip side, right? Mortgage rate is higher, auto loan is higher, and unsecured loan is also higher. So you pay more to borrow money. So that could be problematic for the economy. So the state budget overall, how much are we talking about? So the total general fund budget for the state or revenue is at $202 billion. 116.3 is from the personal income tax. That's the money that's been withheld from your paycheck every month. That is the capital gains. That's all in the personal income tax, right? That the individuals, workers pay the state. Sales tax, every time you purchase something, you pay sales tax. Corporation tax, big corporation pay into the state coffer, and other, adding up to $202 billion. Expenditures is about at $201 billion. Again, the biggest piece of the pie is K-12 education, or I should say now TK-12 education, right? $76.3 billion, that's usually about 40% of the state budget. Higher education, that's the CSU, UC system, community college, 21.8. Health and Human Services, $70 billion, $14.2 billion for corrections and rehab, and other government is at $18.5 billion. So this is K-12 or TK-12 is always the biggest piece of the pie. So when the state is not doing well, if you are the bigger piece of the pie, in theory, you would suffer as part of that, right? So, and if the state, do well, then we also do well. If the state doesn't do well, we don't do so well. This is just the different in 1 year between the forecast, what they thought, and what actually came in last year. They were hoping to receive $215 billion on the top line. Its actual came in at $170 billion. If you recall, last year, tax was not due on April 15. It got extended to October 15. It was later extended another month. So by the time they realized how much they actually received, it came in about $45 billion less than what anticipated. So that caused part of the problem was last year a one-time extension of tax payment. So what does it mean for education with the $45 billion in state deficit, right? The governor still commit to protect educations. We are one of the agencies that still get COLA, which is cost of living adjustment, up about 1.07%. So we will get that. The governor still protecting his 3 legacy programs, which are the Universal Meals Program, the Transitional Kindergarten Program, and the after-school program or expanded learning opportunities program. So these are his programs, and he is protecting them by continuing to provide funding for them into the budget year, albeit not increase funding, but at least keep them the same with the 1.07% COLA. So we're grateful for that because we realize that potentially education can take a bigger cut. As part of the state budget solution. And it may still happen, right? As you know, the May revision is only a budget governor proposal. The state legislature is still debating budget policy, discussing the different strategies, and they will, by June 15, legally have to present their budget to the governor for his signature. So it's still being worked out between now and the next 10 days, if you will, 11 days. So that's where we are with education budget. So that's what it means for education for next year. Now, COLA is 1%, much less than current year at 8.22%, but it's still better than a reduction. So we'll take the 1% COLA, and we'll keep on working on these programs to support our students. So we talk about ELOP, right? What is that program? What does that mean? Extending the school days for UDP students up to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, up to 9 hours a day. Provide 30 additional school days for UDP students. Again, UDP students are those low-income English learners, foster youth, and homeless students. Universal Meals provide 2 meals a day for all students. Talked about that. The TK programs are rolling, is still in the what we call implementation phase, but basically by the year 25-26, any students who turn 4 by September 1st of that year are eligible to be in the TK program. So we can have, if you start school in August, you can have students as young as 3 years old, right, almost 4, to start our TK program. And as long as they turn 4 by September 1st, they'll be eligible for the TK program. So that year is when it becomes full implementation. So in ABC, what happened outside of the education budget? What's unique for us, right? We have declining enrollment, and this has been in front of the board since pre-COVID. In the year 2018-19, we had 20,299 students. Last year, or this year, we had 18,011. Next year, we expect to go down to 17,700, and eventually about 15,500. So over 10 years, it will be almost $5,000 students, or 25% of your population. So is it unique to ABC? The answer is no. Based on the State Department of Finance and the CDE, which is the California Department of Education, every county, or many counties, I shouldn't say every county, will be declining in enrollment for the next 10 years or 8 years, with Los Angeles County suffering or projecting to decline 17%, with a statewide average of 8.27%. I've shared this. So LA County is at 17%. And then between now and the year 31-32. So that's something we will have to address and deal with, because it will impact funding, it will impact operations, it will impact our service to our students, all of that. I want to talk a little bit about this because I want to make sure it has some meaning to it. So the state always funds school district based on ADA, or average daily attendance, right? You always get that based on your current year or previous year, whichever is higher. But because of COVID and the impact on enrollment and attendance, the state basically hold harmless in the year 21-22 school districts. Basically what it means is that it doesn't matter what you drop in ADA, you still get funded based on the year before. So we are holding you harmless because of COVID. Not only that, the state also implement a 3-year average funding system where because of you declining, you can take the average of the 3 years in ADA. So it helps during the COVID year when ADA was dropping faster than school district can react, but now it's catching up to us. So next year, our actual enrollment declining in ADAs was only about 200, but the funding is down by 801 ADA because of that whole harmless and the 3-year average. It's just catching up. It gave you a safe window for a few years, give you more time to react, a soft landing if you will, but now it's catching up to you. So, and all districts are dealing with this because we are all under the same formula, or at least all districts who experience declining enrollment. So we will be facing with a decline of 801 ADA or in funding because of this funding method. It was designed to help school districts, but now it's catching up to us. So another factor is our attendance rates, right? Other than the LCAP and the chronic absenteeism and we have to deal with, it impacts funding. Pre-COVID, the attendance percentage for ABC is at 96.53. We dropped down to 93. We've been going up since we get out of COVID, right? 93, 94, almost 95. So that's positive. This is a lot of work from CWA, Child Welfare and Attendance, working with the schools, the different programs, the different supports that we put in, counselors, parents liaison to ensure that students come to school. So we're still about a point and a half away from pre-COVID. Will we ever get back to pre-COVID? We hope so. We will work hard to get there, and we'll keep reporting this back to the board. So this will help in face of declining enrollment, but the reality still, it's still a large declining in enrollment. So what does it mean when I put the budget together for next year, right? We get an increase of 1%, but if we offset by a decrease in funded AD of 800 students or a net decrease of $8.8 million. That's the top line. So the revenue's been reduced by $8.8 million. On the expenditure side, right, expenditure costs go up, right? We have step and column costs. We have health benefit increase every year. And we have pension costs that's going up also, albeit it's very little this year. The CalSTRS rate has remained the same at 19.1%. The CalPERS rate has gone up a little bit. CalSTRS are the pension system for all certificated employees, teachers, administrators, principals. CalPERS is the pension system for support staff, classified staff, secretary, custodian, and whatnot. So that rate, and this is the contribution rate by the employer, by the district. So what it means is that for every dollar that we pay the employee, 19 cents goes into the pension system for CalSTRS, and 27 cents goes into the pension system for CalPERS. This is just a component of health benefits, right? And we have health benefits, we have Social Security, we have Medicare tax, we have workers' compensation, we have unemployment tax. All that potentially could add up to, it's possible that a health benefits package for employees in ABC could be 100% of the pay. So I want to make sure I say that again. It is possible, depends on your salary and where you are, a health benefit, not just health benefit. Benefits, all benefits can be 100% of the pay. Pension costs, health benefits, workers' comp, Medicare, Social Security. So that's something that the employee would have to pay. Back to the LCFF and education budget, I want to, again, take some time on this because it is important that the community and the board understand how we being funded by the state, right? Local control funding formula created by Governor Brown basically provide a per dollar amount per student for all school districts. It's called a base grant, right? Based on your ADA, you get a dollar amount, right? But on top of that, you will get supplemental and concentration grants, and that's based on your percentage of unduplicated pupil count. That's based on the number within your students' population, the number of low-income students, the number of English learners, the number of foster youth, and that's supplemental and concentration. And B and C add up to about $29.6 million, and that money went to support the entire LCAP program proposal that Dr. Castro just presented to the board. And beginning on page 180 of her book, that's when you see the 35 action items that would outline to you every dollar we spend to support the UDP students. It have to be designed for them. It have to be intended for them. It can be for all students, but in the spending have to be intended for the UDP students. I want to make sure we're clear on that, right? I have to make sure that it support and benefit them. And if it happens to help out all the other students, that's great. But the $29.6 million has to be intended for UDP students. Am I being too repetitive? I think the superintendent said yes, but I want to be thorough, but I'll be quick. Okay, so the budget in terms of numbers, $242.7 million in revenues, total revenue, unrestricted, $68.1 million in restricted, for a total budget of about $311 million in revenues. LCFF in $231 million. Federal revenues down to $12.1 million now. If you remember, it used to be 25, 30, 40 because of all the ESSER funds. That's all gone. State revenue still there and local revenue still there. So $311 million. We plan to spend about $323 million. So clearly expenditures are higher than revenues. So we will be deficit spending of about $18 million, as you can see here, right? Including the transferring out and other financing sources and use. So the unrestricted program, we will be negative or deficit spending by $4.5 million. The restricted program, we will deficit spending by $13.8 million for a total of $18 million in deficit spending. So let's start with the first row. Why are we spending down $4.5 million? Because of our COLA is only 1%, but we lost 800 students in ADA funded, plus health benefit cost increase. So when you add them together, this is the negative you see, right? So normally we have to adjust expenditures to have a balanced budget. But because we have a fund balance in reserve, we intentionally not do that, not in the budget year. At least we're not recommending the board to do that yet, right? So we are intentionally spending down the reserve to support our students, to support our programs as they come out of COVID. We will continue at least with the next 3 years to do the work that we've been doing. The $13.8 million, we intentionally also spend down the money because it's restricted. We have to spend it down, otherwise we have to give it back to the federal or the state government. So that's intentional. And you will see that also within the next few years. We will be spending down our fund balance to support our students. So this is a recap of this total revenues, total expenditures, including other financing source and use. We will have a net change or negative spending of $18.3 million. The good news is, as you can see here, right, our beginning fund balance is at $103 million. So even with that, we will still have $84 million. Only $23.8 is unrestricted. $60.8 million is still restricted. So another requirement from the state is that not just the budget year, but 2 years after that, we have to do a projection out to ensure that we have all the financial means to meet all the obligations that we have. So this is the projected revenues for the next 3 years in unrestricted programs. This is the projected expenditures in the next 3 years. So if you can see here, we are at this point, and this will change because the budget is fluid, right? To be deficit spending every year in the next 3 years by about $5 million a year. So our fund balance is going to be down to about $13.5 million. It's still above the 3% minimum requirements, but it's going to be low. So at some point in the futures, of course, the superintendent will work to bring to the board with a budget adjustments plan if we need to, right? Right now, for next year, we don't need to do that yet. We will keep monitoring this. We have to keep monitoring the declining enrollment trend. State funding may change, right? Things could be better for the state the year after we could get additional funding. But it's fluid, and that's why we are not reducing any programs. We're not cutting any position at this point. We are intentionally spending down our reserve. So I want to make sure the board hear that. So that's where we are with that. The same thing with the restricted programs. We are spending down about $13 million every year. So we still, at the end of the 26-27, we still have $35 million in restricted fund balance. Because we started, higher. So this is good. This is to support as the COVID funds or ESSER funds expiring or gone, right? A lot of districts are dealing with that by releasing programs and personnel. We are not doing that. We are supplementing it with the Learning Recovery Block Grant. That's something you will hear. The new ESSER is the Learning Recovery Block Grant is a new ESSER. It's a state grant to continue to support our students, at least in the next, in the budget year and 2 years after that. This is the 3-year projection. This is the recap. I have to report out on the reserve, what is the minimum requirements and what's the maximum that we can have. The minimum of reserve that we have is the 3%, which is about $9.8 million. The maximum we can have is 10%, which is about $32.9 million. And by the end of next year, we project to have about 9.41 or $30.1 million. Again, anything above the 3% is being designated for declining enrollment, economic uncertainties, and supplemental and concentration carryover, should there be any. How are we doing? Because we have a 10% reserve. This is the average unified school district in the state. By 22-23, by the end of last year, the average unified school district had about 24% in their reserve. So as you can see, school districts up and down the state have large reserve. ABC, I want to say this for the records, we have about 10%. We have less than half of the average out there. But we manage it well. We have a good partnership with our union groups. We do not, as your CFO, need a 24% reserve. Funds we receive should be spent on students. 10% is sufficient. We can work with that. We will monitor that closely. We will monitor and we will make adjustment as we need to, but we at about 10%. So that's where we are. So in summary, with the budget, we will continue to support our programs for our students. We do not have to make any adjustments at this point. We will be negative spending, deficit spending, but we are intentional about that. People, have been said, are the cornerstone of ABC. So 90% of our budget is personnel costs. So if you want to talk about cutting programs, it basically means cutting people. And we're not there yet. And we hope we won't get there. So that's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Yuan. And do we have any public comment for this 1.4-1? Okay. Any discussion from my colleague here? I start with the board member, Mr. Beach, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go first here. I have a couple questions for Tuan. Number one, I know ABC pays benefits for families and covers 100% of medical costs for certain plans. What percentage do employees pay for their retirement benefits, or does the district pay 100% of those also?
Thank you for the question. So that's set by state law. So I'll start with certificate employees. We pay 19.1%. The employee pay. So there's two set of employees. There's one called the Classic, and there's one called PEPRA. So that's actually two-tier pension systems, right? So, but on average, they pay about 8.25%. Let me answer that. Employer pay 19.1, or the district. Employee pay 8.25%. That's for certificate employees. For classifieds, you can see there, the employer pay about 27%. The employee pay about 7%. So that's the matching.
Okay, thank you. On page 27, it talks about the revenues basically staying steady or increasing year over year for the next 3 years. How is that possible if we have declining enrollment, and did you factor that into those projections?
We did, but we also factor in the COLA. So the governor or the government basically say, this is the anticipated increase, right? So if you get a 3% COLA or 4% COLA, and you have a 3% in declining enrollment, so that washes it out. So that's why you see a very minor increase there, because it's being offset with COLA.
Okay, so the projection's based on the state economy not getting worse and us getting a higher COLA for
Correct.
future years.
And that's what the information we have at this point. It will change, right? Because last year, they thought COLA this year was 4%, now it's 1%. So at this point, we anticipate COLA will be going up for those 2 years at about 3.5%.
Okay. I've asked you every year, and I do it as a point to say, over the past 3 years that I've been on the board and this 4th year, every year we've contributed to our reserves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this year, because of the 1.07% and declining enrollment, this is the first year that I've been on the board, or actually next year, fiscal year, we're going to have a structural deficit.
That is correct, up $4.5 million.
Okay, and just to conclude here, if the projections are accurate on what you've said and things aren't worse, so best case scenario, how long will it take us to spend down our reserves? Is it about 5 years?
Well, we can't spend below the 3%, so I would say 3 to 4 years. So for sure, by 25, 26, we have to start dealing with them already. We shouldn't wait until 4 years or wait when we get close to 3%. We should start dealing with them. If things don't get better by the end of next year, we should have a plan for the board.
I hate to paint a bleak picture, but I just want everybody on the board and in the community to see what's happening and realize there might have to be some tough decisions in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Beach. Next one will be Board Member Ms. Ryu.
Thank you, Madam President. My fellow board, Brad Beach, did ask those questions about the reserve. I was really concerned about that ABC, our reserve is actually less than the state average.
Less than half.
Less than half. That's,
Correct.
wow, that's kind of shocking. Because now that we are faced with some rainy days, this is going to be, it's going to impact us. What kind of impact does this deficit have on ABC?
So we would have to really, really carefully monitor our expenditures, right? We would have to staff really, really precise, if you will, or work closely with our principals to ensure that our staffing is we on top of that, because that's drive most of the costs, right? And if things don't get better by this time next year, we will have a plan for the board, right? In terms of what do we need to do. But we have gone through this, right? Since 2001, we have been through many up and downs. We never have a 24% reserve. We never need a 24% reserve. We have, again, I am sharing based on my experience, our working relationship with our union groups, our community, the board. We'll get through the difficult times, right? The difference, I want to make sure we clear, is that we did not experience declining enrollment in all the previous, the Great Recessions, the real estate subprime, the internet bubble going back many, many different recessions for the last 20-some years. We never experienced declining enrollment. This is new, but it's happening not just to ABC, but to all school districts surrounding us. So that will be, challenging.
So it was not something that we were able to foresee. We were going through the pandemic, and we didn't know that we were going to face the declining enrollment. This is something that's
Yes and no. We've seen the trend that we've been declining, and that's why the board commissioned that study, but by the demographer, right? So in some way we do know how severe is it. We didn't know that, right? How accurate is the projection? Because a projection is a projection.
Right.
But unfortunately, the projection is actually coming in pretty close. So so that's something for us to consider going forward, right? For the board. So we would have to provide options to the board.
So the reserve is at close to 31 million.
Yes, ma'am.
But if we have a deficit of like almost 4.55 million a year, and we can't be below 3%, which means 3 years, that's not a lot. That's pretty serious.
Correct. It will be concerning if the projection holds and that we don't get any additional funding from the state, and if that cost is still going up, then yes, that will be the case.
So does that mean that we also have to look into some cuts?
Yes. Yes.
I'm not necessarily.
You can call it budget reduction, you can call it program adjustments, you can call whatever you want. It's cuts.
Or like hiring freeze or whatever, right?
Cuts, yes.
Yeah.
We have many budget utilities that we will bring to the board. We can have a lot of position that people will retire, we just don't backfill. That's real saving, right? You don't have to lay off anyone, but that's real saving. And we have done that. We have, through the Great Recessions, have left many positions left unfilled for a long time. We have not hiring back teachers as they retire. We have increased class size. We have done many different things.
I know that we have a great relationship, strong relationship with the union, a strong collaboration, and I really hope that we can weather through this difficult period together. One more last thing. It's according to this, there's like a 17% declining enrollment for the LA Unified.
LA County.
LA County, right? LA
The
County.
entire county.
However, ABC is at about 25%.
So that's over the longer term, right?
Right.
It's in 1819. This is the project. So if you compare the exactly same time frame, it's similar.
Similar.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you, Mrs. Yi. Next one will be a Vice President, Ms. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to ask a lot of questions, actually. You know me. So I go to CSBA, and I noticed that we are one of the few that are not cutting our employees. And we've survived some pretty tough times. I mean, when I first got on the board, we were talking about it. But one thing that I remember we did hold dear, and the union helped with this, by the way, is that we don't lay off our people. So I'm presuming that's going to continue on into the future. But I wanted to quickly ask some questions regarding page 22. The CalSTRS says 19%, 27%, which seems like a lot of money. And then you gave me a calculation of 38 million for STRS and about 11 million, which is about $50 million. Do we have any authority over that at all?
We do not.
So whatever we do, that's always going to be there.
Right. We are at the mercy of those respective agencies. The CalSTRS rate set is by the CalSTRS board, which with the approval from the state legislature. The CalPERS have more autonomy. They set their own rate. They don't even need the approval from the state legislature. So their CalSTRS and CalPERS board set the rate.
We don't have a choice on that. And it's been going up every year.
Can you believe the CalPERS rate once upon a time used to be 0%?
Yes. So
It's
ever
now
since I've been on this board,
27%.
these numbers have been going higher and higher and higher. So
That is
in fact, actually, this budget number is actually going to go up in subsequent years. We just haven't, we don't know what that number is going to be.
Correct. We only base our projection on the information we have at this point.
Okay. We spent all our federal ESSER funds. That's great. I noticed we still have $60 million or so after a certain amount of time of federal funds. And I noticed that from our 2019-2020 budget, we had like $11 million. So we seem to have a lot more of the federal restricted funds. Is that right?
We had, yes.
We had.
So in the past, right, pre-COVID, our federal funds mostly Title I, Title II, special education. That's pretty much it. And then whatever grants we get. The ESSER funds collectively, ESSER 1, 2, and 3, if you remember, it's brought in almost about $54 million.
It's a lot of money, yeah.
Yeah, so we have spent it all.
That's
So
all gone.
by June 30th.
But we still have about 60 million in federal
That's
funds.
state, no, that's state.
Oh.
That's state restricted fund.
That's the state restricted fund.
Correct. That's the things that I mentioned, the Learning Recovery Block Grant, the Art Instructional Materials Block Grant. So all the money that we received in the past, the Educator Effectiveness Grant, so
okay.
all that special education, all those are state restricted funds.
So that's what I would have asked you before.
Sorry.
So, because I looked at our federal, and our federal was like $11 million or so, so it's not a lot.
But it's
But
there.
this is state $60 million that
Correct.
is restricted and therefore cannot be spent down for anything but for the specific things. that we have.
Unless the state allow us to.
Unless the state allows us to. So
Right.
that's really untouchable.
Unless they allow us to.
Unless
In
they
the
allow us.
past, the reason I said that is during difficult times, they allow school district to turn restricted state funds into unrestricted to help.
So hopefully Christmas comes, but the $60 million, looks like we have this money, but not really.
Correct. It's restricted.
Okay.
The school board doesn't have this money.
So I don't want people to go say, oh,
No.
you got $60 million to spend. It's like, no.
No.
It's not. We don't have that $60 million. There's no federal minimum. And it looks like the federal government has never given us any more than $12 million a year, every year since 2020. That's about right?
That's about right.
haven't-
They've been going up, by 2-3% on a good year.
Not even rate
Correct.
of inflation.
But it's offset by our declining enrollment. So because we get funded based on enrollment, and in the case of Title I, low-income students, if we've been declining, then that decline offset any potential increase
Right.
from
And
federal
about-
funding.
About $5 million goes to special ed.
Yes,
And
correct.
how much do we actually spend on special ed?
A lot more.
Okay, that's fine. That's
So
fine.
now I can give you a number.
No, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
we have about 50 to 60 million.
Yeah. All right, so I'm looking at this budget, $60 million in restricted, but we can't touch that, so it looks like money, but we don't have it. We spend about $26 million on books and supplies and services and operating equipment, so that's kind of separate. But that's all we spend on things. The rest of it is salaries.
Correct.
So we really value our people in this.
I said this before. People are the cornerstone of ABC.
So what are some of the presumption is that we get 1%.
Correct.
Every year increase. But
No, just
unfortunately-
next year, not every year. So
Next
next
year,
year, call us 1%. The year after that, the current projection is about 3%.
So we're actually hoping that we get 3% next
The
year.
year after that, not next
So
year, the
this-
year after.
The year after. But what I'm saying is that this 4.5% structural deficit
is based on the 1%.
Is based upon 1% this year.
Correct.
But we're hoping for 3% next year.
Correct.
We're hoping for 3% next year.
Right, 25, 26.
And that's still a $4.5 million deficit.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. All right. Wanted to know what this other outgo transfer of $5 million, is there any special ways we can not spend that $5 million of outgo on page 30?
So no, those are the payments, either indirect costs, payments to other district, other the county, or
Can't we not pay those other
transfer.
counties? No?
If
So that's $5 million
Yes.
we also don't have any control
Correct.
over.
Correct. So
Okay.
we will, if we need to make budget adjustments, the reality is we have to focus on that 90%.
The
And we'll-
90% of the people.
The budget, correct, which
that
is
we're
the
talking
people, which is programs, all right, and service. That there's no other way around it. So in the past, I'm not sure how many of you recall, we have Plan A, Plan B, Plan C presented to the board for the different adjustments, the different positions. We would say exactly in the different position, you would know exactly, right? We would reduce 2 counselor per high school. I'm just using an example. Please don't take this out of context. Not that I'm recommending that. So that's just an example, right? We're not backfilling any open positions, whether secretary, custodian, or whatnot. So those are just examples of things we have to do, right? We may have to look at staffing school more tightly, meaning there will be a lot more combination classes. Those are the utilities that we have, right? So we have to look at administration. The old sayings always say, cut as far away from the classroom as possible. Still true. We still will do that, but if we need to, yes.
Okay, it's too bad the other audience is not here, but it is what it is. All right, going to the actual budget itself. Yeah, I see these interfund transfers, negative 660% on page 4. I'm not sure why it's negative 660%.
Because it's indirect costs. It's just upsetting. It's just an accounting
Okay.
entry.
I'm not so good at accounting, so, that's what it is. And I noticed our employee benefits went up pretty substantially, which,
Yes.
again, that's an uncontrollable cost that we have, right? From
Yes.
the 2020 to 2024 budget, it went up like 30 or 40%.
Unless we change our contribution components, yes.
Right.
Or our plans. So there's some control, but not much. I want to make sure that, I share that.
And then I noticed we're presuming that the lottery, which people always talk to me about, what happened to the lottery money, is about $4 million out of the $300 million budget that we've got. So it's like 1%, a little bit over 1%.
A little bit more, yes.
But you're predicting actually that it's going to decrease by next year?
Because it's based on enrollment.
Ah.
Most funding, if not all, is tied to enrollment or ADA.
Okay. So even if they spend more in the thing, it doesn't matter. I could tell people, spend all you can on the lottery, it's not going to really help us that much.
Correct.
I'm looking at the adult school, and I'm looking at slight decreases or 1 to 2%. I'm guessing that's less staff because we have less students and less need, right? Why is that also true for the adult school budget? I'm looking at page 27.
You talking about the book now?
Yes.
Right.
I'm done with the slideshow. No, not yet. I've just a couple more. So on page 27 of the adult school budget, why would that go down? I mean, we're not just suffering a decline in the adult school, or are we?
Well, when we look at the staffing and we will staff closely with them. So there's potential savings there. Depends on the retirements and who we hire in different programs. So we work with them, but this is the anticipated budget.
Okay, so we're anticipating some savings in some of these salary points.
Right.
Just 1 or 2%, not a lot, but a little bit here. And that's not, it's 500,000, $1 million, something like that, so not a lot. Our student population has gone down significantly since the last time we closed schools, roughly 5,000 students, and we haven't done anything about that since then, and I understand that. And then I'm guessing our teachers have become less because there's less students in the classrooms.
That is correct.
So I'm going to ask a difficult question. What about management? Have we also reduced by that same ratio or something less?
So that's the great questions, right? So the variable here are the teachers, right? Less students, less teachers, right? Do you have the same support staff? I'm going to start with the bottom up, right?
Right.
Custodian. You have 2 custodian at elementary school. You're gonna have 2 custodian, right? You have secretary, same, right? You have a principal at elementary school, right? Unless you start having a model of a 0.8 principal, you only have a principal at every school, right? So, but we expanding. Actually, we have a mental health professionals that we didn't have before. So whether it's considered management or not, that's that. EL counselors. So we have that, right? We have AP, assistant principals, at certain school Title I schools to support.
So I'm talking about, we want to have cuts away from the students, and so I'm just talking about at the district office, here where we sit today, has that headcount increased or decreased in the last 10 years?
Because of all the requirements and supports from the state, mostly because of the LCAP, that has been going up.
So it's been going up.
Correct.
I know there's a movement at CSBA to reduce the paperwork because nobody actually reads any of the paperwork. Literally, there's a study
Right.
to study the reduction of this. I know, this will be the last question. So,
Yeah, I think there's legislation introduced by Senator Bob Archuleta.
Correct. So if that is successful,
It's
if we want
it's
to
a
cut
good
away
start.
from the
It's a good
students,
start.
I hate to say it, but
Yeah.
that might be the place that we would be looking.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give you a 3-year heads up. That's it. That's it.
Thank you, Vice President Mr. Nishii. Next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of along the lines with what Board Member Nishi said, I think that, coming from a district recently that was half the size of this, and now even working at a district that is half the size of that, with the idea of less money, I would like to think that overall, we have to be proportionate in our efforts and, of course, in our costs. What I wanted to get is some clarifying answers to, and I'm just looking at page 26 of the slide. So when I look at this 84,690,000 as the money that we're going to begin with in 2024, is that a correct?
Yes,
statement?
that is right.
Okay, and how much of that is reserved?
So if you look at the breakdown there, 60.8 million of that, 84, is restricted. So that's not even our money, according to what Ernie says. That money is restricted, meaning that you can only spend it based on the funding or the grantor requirements. So the 23.8 is your reserve. That's, the school board has full control of the $23.8 million.
Thank you, but we don't usually end up making those decisions. Those decisions are made by cabinet, and we vote on that.
Right, and that's part of the spending down. That's what basically you vote on that.
Right.
All right.
But let me clarify that, because I know Ernie said that money cannot be touched and it cannot be spent. It's restricted. There are guidelines to how that money is spent, but that money can absolutely be spent.
Correct, and the proposal is to spend about 13 million of it every year.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. The other question that I had, and just making my own projections, we're starting off with $84 million, which is fine, right? Because now it's going to come in handy. But if we were, by state guidelines, only to keep 3%, that would be 9 million. But we're not, right? We're 75 million over that. Or we could go as high as 10%, which would be 31 million. We're not there either. We're starting the year with 54
No.
million over that.
So the 3% or the 10% is only on the unrestricted side, not restricted. So you want to focus on just the first column of that page?
23?
Yes, the 23, yeah. That play into the 3% reserve or the 10% reserve. So
then
not
why-
the 60. You do not count the 60 as part of your reserve.
So then I guess my question would be, why is the restricted fund so high? Like, if those are monies that we have to spend on certain programs, why aren't we?
So we started with the ESSER money. We spent it all down because there's a deadline for that, which is this September. But last year, if you remember, we got 2 big pots of money, the Learning Recovery Block Grant and the Art and Music Block Grant, the Educator Effectiveness Grant, the A2G grant. All those grants we've been saving because we know that at the end of the ESSER funds, we will use that money to keep on supporting our students for the next 3 years, and that's exactly what we're doing. So this has been in place for the last several years. It's intentional, like I said. We did not sit on that just to do that. We need to spend down all the ESSER funds first, and now we start spending down the state funds for the same reason, for the same purpose. That's why you see EL counselor, that's why you see math coaches or reading specialists. Well, we combine it with the LCAP funding. But, a lot of program we support schools will come out of that $13 million that we'll be spending down.
Has there been any talk about a reduction to LCAP?
So LCAP funding is based on the pyramid that I share with you. It's based on your UDP percentage. So if that goes up, then we'll get more funding. But if our overall enrollment is declined, then that's just go down with that. So the LCAP or the UDP funding will only go up based on COLA and your ADA. That's state formula.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that. And yeah, I mean, I guess the only suggestion that I would have is that I'd like to see that number of unrestricted be higher than the restricted, just because it gives more flexibility about.
Right, but in order to do that, you have to make program adjustments. But thank you for recognizing that.
That's it, thank you.
Any, let me see. Folks asked all the questions I want to ask, so I have no more questions now here. So, hearing no further comments, the hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Tuan, and thank you, Dr. Castro. Now we'll go down to action items. Okay. 1.3-A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with the Franklin Covey Klein Sales Incorporation to provide 2 in-person keynote speaking sections and 1 professional learning workshop to district administrators, principals, and teachers for the 2024 to 2025 school year. May I have a motion and second, please?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Dr. Zillo.
Thank you. We are looking to bring in a keynote that would connect both what we're doing with our administrators and our teachers. So this person would be speaking to 1,000 people over their time with us and working to send the same message of wanting to build trust with our families and our students and inspire that learning that's necessary to see our students grow. And so we'll be having that as part of both our work with administrators in their professional learning as well as our teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Do you have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague? I do have one, which is our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's $33,000. It's 3 sessions, or about $11,000 per session. And how long is each session?
It depends. One of the sessions is actually a half a day with our principals and directors. The other 2 are keynote sessions, so probably about an hour.
And it's just 1 person?
Correct.
So 1 person for that amount of money. It just seems a little bit much. But in terms of metrics, how do we measure the success of this?
So for our teachers and staff in particular, we use the metrics that are laid out within our LCAP, needing to make sure that we're noting if we're providing the kind of quality, so we actually have the staff respond with their input on how we've done, what they thought of the information. So the follow-up surveys are part of that. And then, of course, there's actually a reflection tool that we have to use when we evaluate how we're doing with professional learning for staff for the LCAP.
So we'll poll the teachers and see if this was effective, and then we'll make a determination whether we do the same thing the following year.
Correct.
And then it will be on the consent calendar instead.
If we use the same group, correct.
If you use the same group, if we get good ratings out of this. So hopefully we get some good ratings and results out of this. It's just, after all this budget issue, it feels a little bit much. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And also have our board member, Mr. Beach. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm assuming some of the cost here is going to be travel and lodging for this person to come here?
You're correct.
Okay, and the dates are 4 days apart. I mean, if there was any way we could get back-to-back dates.
The person, it's because it happens in different sequence, but that person, they do travel, but they're local or more local, so it's like they can drive in.
Okay. Well, in that case, I agree with Vice President Nishii. That's, almost $9,000 an hour to instruct our students.
When you look at what you pay to go to a professional conference and have that be part of it, and you think about the cost of this, think about the cost with the number of people going, this is about $30 a person, and I can't send someone to a conference for $30. There is no conference at that cost. So we try and build in what we can through our own, but the cost to have people come in and help with that professional learning, that leadership concept, that thinking, where you want that outside voice, it's very expensive.
Okay.
Consultants are expensive.
Thank you.
They just are. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Board Member Ms. Yu?
Yeah, it is pretty on the high end. However, there is a real value to motivation and inspiring. And I know that because time have changed with the devices, I know the educators struggle. More parents struggle. How can we get the kids off the device, out of their room, get them to move? It's tough. It's tough. I really see a value in programs like this. And we don't know what's a perfect plan, but we've got to try new things. So that's my point, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. And next one, we have a Vice President, Ms. Nishii.
Just a follow-up question. Is this coming out of the 23-24 budget, or is it coming out of the 24-25 budget? Please say 23-24.
Actually, it's, this is one of those that it doesn't matter. It's from a grant, the Educator Effectiveness Grant is part of the restricted funds that we're spending now.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That helps out a lot. All right.
Okay. No more. Here none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Next one is 2.5-8. May I have a motion to approve the 2024 to 2025 Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educator in ABC Unified School District? Need a motion and second.
Motion approved. Second.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser.
Thank you, Madam President. Per Ed Code for 44300, we bring forward every year our declaration of need for fully qualified teachers, and so the information really outlines our need that requires a district to anticipate the number of substitute teachers they may need to fill long-term positions, anybody who would potentially be out of assignment, so I bring that forward for you tonight.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this matter?
I do not see any.
Any comment from my colleague here? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Before we come to go to the next action item, I would like to ask my colleague to extending our time. We do have few agendas there to discuss. So we're probably gonna end up, I hate to say half hour, so, because usually it was 10 o'clock, and we'll get done by 11. Folks agree with me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So now we all agreed to our extending our time until 11 for tonight's meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So let's get out.
All in favor, say aye.
We all vote? We have the vote. I have a motion and second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
7-0, motion passed. Thank you, Daniel. Okay, now 2.6-8. May I have a motion to disclose the tentative agreement with California School Employee Association? It's ABC Chapter 24 in accordance with provisions of AB 1200 and conduct a public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you. I need a second, please.
Second.
Okay, second. I have a second. So Dr. Fisher, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We're bringing forward tonight the tentative agreement with CSEA. Just want to take a moment to, no, not yet. Okay. With CSEA to take a moment to thank them for their work. We had some great negotiation sessions and were able to come to a really great agreement for both parties.
Okay, Dr. Fisher, do we have any public comment? Any discussion from my colleague here? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The hearing's closed. 2.7-8, may I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and California School Employee Association. It's ABC Chapter 24, amending Article 7, composition, and Article 9, calendar. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. Dr. Fraser, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, would like to bring forward the tentative agreement with our management and confidential. Would like to thank all of our.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
The last one was the AB 112, and it was disclosing that we can afford this contract for the next 3 years. Currently, this is the contract for CSEA. I apologize.
No.
Okay.
So what item is this, 2.7?
Yes. Yeah, the 2.7-8. Yeah, that were in there. So I had a motion and a second, and Dr. Are you okay, Dr. Fisher?
Yeah.
Which one gonna present?
This is the actual pay.
This is the actual
Pay.
agreement.
Yeah. I apologize, on page 67, this is the actual agreement with CSEA,
Yeah, it's
so
on the back
I'm
of
bringing
the-
the item forward as presented, thank you.
Okay, so are we all clear? Everything okay? So I do have Vice President wait. We need to go, any public comments?
We do not have any.
Okay, so I have one on the floor here, is Vice President Ms. Nishi.
Yes, also I'd like to publicly thank the CSEA for their good negotiations and specifically making sure that we have a rational and good agreement. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passed 7-0. Next one, 2.8-8. May I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and management of confidential employee regarding the compensation? I need motion and a second.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher.
Thank you, Madam President. So, sorry, this is the one where I'd like to thank
Yeah.
our management and our confidential employees for all of their hard work and what they do for our students.
Okay. Do you have any public comment on this matter?
I do not see any.
Okay, I do know I have colleague, Mr. Nishi. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So this agreement is over the previous school year 23-24, when we did receive a COLA of 8.22. So this is reflective of that period of time. So we're actually retro paying these people, and we're not giving them any interest on it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, see no more comments. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. 3.7-8, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Corporation Go Book to provide special education teachers and service providers with in-person virtual professional learning focused on utilizing Toolkit for 2024 to 2025 school year. I have a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Second.
Dr. Castro.
Yes, thank you. As indicated by my presentation for the LCAP, we have some specific needs within our special education department. We've decided to contract with Goalbook because we feel that this will provide higher quality IEP goals and make sure that we're effectively communicating that with parents and supporting our teachers with appropriate grade level objectives as part of these IEPs.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Any discussion on board? Seeing none? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passed 7-0. Item 3.8-8. May I have approved to request adopt the following textbook titled called Introduction to Law and Cerritos College. This is actually from Cerritos College for the dual enrollment program at Artesia, Cerritos, Gahr High, Tracy, and Winnie High School for 2024 and 2025 school year. May I have a motion and second, please?
So moved.
Second, Nishi.
Thank you. Dr. Castro, please.
Yes, as you heard me talk about earlier, our college and career indicator requires that we provide dual enrollment opportunities to our students. Intro to Law is a district-wide offering that we've done for several years, and this is just to update the materials associated with that class.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Do you have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay. Any comments? So we do have one on the floor, which is Vice President Ms. Nishi.
Just wanted to comment that it's an interesting book. I'm being a lawyer and understanding what they're saying, it seems like it's very practical. So it's a good choice of books. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. 3.9-A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Orenda Education to provide professional learning for approximately 40 school counselors entitled Guidance Alignment Summit for school counselors. Focus on the difference between accelerating and symbolic data system intended to impact graduate profiles and college and career readiness for students on June 7, 2024. I need a motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Castro.
Yes, thank you. In order to increase our college and career goals, specifically as we talked about the indicators, one of the key staff members that helps to support that initiative is our counselors at all of our school sites. And for many years, we have been providing them guidance, but we wanted to make sure we provided some professional learning around this. They're doing not only the retreat on June 7th, but they're having some planning days associated with us. And in addition, this particular consultant does not just provide training, but also provides systems and structures and when they can monitor and track progress for their students to meet their college and career goals and make sure that the programs that we're offering that students are actually enrolling, the intended students that need that support are actually enrolling in those programs. So it talks not only about providing professional learning for students, but data systems and structures that will help monitor and progress the tracking of that for students.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comment for this?
I do not see any.
Okay, any discussion from my colleagues? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. And now we're at the board member reports. I have, oh, wow. Okay, I have board member Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. On May 23rd, I met with the ABCFT retired chapter. We had a good discussion on numerous topics. I'd like to say these are some of the sweetest people I've met here in our school district during my tenure. Thank you, ABCFTR, for the opportunity to meet with all of you. On Wednesday, May 29th, I attended Leal and Cerritos Elementary School's 6th grade promotion assemblies. Thank you to Principals Dr. Jimenez and Mr. Spratt for the hospitality and the lovely ceremonies. On Thursday, May 30th, I attended Carmelita Middle School's 8th grade promotion ceremony and Cerritos High School's graduation ceremony. Thank you, Principal Castillo, for having me, and thank you, Mr. Walker, for allowing me the honor to accept my daughter's graduating class of 2024 on behalf of the board. Lastly, I'd like to wish everyone a happy and safe summer vacation, and may God bless you all and keep you well. Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio, and congratulations to your daughter graduated. Next one will be our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I attended the ABC Finance and Audit meeting, also the Bridges graduation, and I just love seeing the success stories from that group. I attended the Nixon promotion, the High School promotion, the Nixon clap out, and I don't know if all of our elementary schools do that, but what it is all grade levels from K to 5 make a path all the way out of the school. They get to see all their teachers, boys and even girls were crying on the way out. It was just a really wonderful thing to see, and I'm glad our schools are doing that. I'd also like to congratulate all of our students, our teachers, all staff on a successful year, and enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to recognize Hawaiian Elementary for winning the STEM Olympics. I attended their recognition at the City of Hawaiian Garden City Council. Last week, I was able to attend many graduation promotions, including Hawaiian Elementary, Ferguson Elementary, Fetty Middle School, Tracy High School, Gahr High School, and last but not least, I wanted to thank all the staff and teachers, certified, classified, and also this is my first year on the board and this is my first school year. I wanted to thank everybody here on the board for giving me the opportunity to sit up here and make these decisions with you all. It's been an honor. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We always support you, and you always support us, all the program that we have. Thank you very much. The next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. Got to go to Gonzalez Elementary, actually Kinder promotion. That is the cutest little thing. Little kids with little hats on. Leal promotion, Cerritos promotion with Dr. Eugenio. That was also great. Get to learn how different schools had different styles of how they do the graduation. balloon check is an interesting idea. I got to see the biomes at Aloha, and I got to see biomes at Leal, and that's also very good that we're teaching our kids responsibility in the world, and that people are all different. We all have different needs, and it's really cool because it's a funny, intelligent play. Both great schools did great. Did a meet and greet with Sheriff Luna to talk about safety. Let's see, Tetzlaff Middle School graduation, Cerritos High, Gahr and Whitney, and it's been a great year. Everybody have a great summer.
Next one will be Board Member Dr. Rios, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I also had the honor of attending Gahr and Artesia High School's graduation. It's always so wonderful to see our graduates so proud of their accomplishment, and especially their parents, who are also so proud and in attendance. The fireworks are a big plus. Enjoyed both of them. Also would like to thank our teachers for all their hard work this year, and our administrators and all our staff. I know district office doesn't get much of a summer. They'll keep at it. But thank everybody for another successful year. I know we have one more meeting this month, but I guess for now we'll keep it at that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one will be our Board Member, Ms. Yu.
Thank you. Last week, as I attended Cerritos High School graduation, it was Patrick Walker's last and special graduation ceremony at Cerritos High School. He was blessed with countless CIF finals, trophies, and accomplishments. It was a beautiful and inspiring graduation ceremony. Cerritos High School had over 20 plus valedictorians. It was pretty amazing. Yeah, and the whole program, a lot of songs and everything was very, very inspiring. I really enjoyed it. We will miss you, Mr. Walker. Yeah. And finally, everyone have a happy summer vacation. I hope many parents, for parents, summer is work because kids are out of school. So enjoy a few weekends and weeks here and there. It's not like the parents, working parents especially, are not off for like 2 months, like the students, right? It's almost 3 months. But I also want to remind everyone, for the parents, that for us, summer is also work for academic enrichment, support, and I hope the parents will not be wary of partnering with ABC, as the teachers worked very hard, and as you know, our director, Dr. Carol Castro, has, shared all the great programs that our ABC have. I hope the parents will take advantage of those and keep your kids busy and off the devices, off the phone, and outside the room. Yeah, plan a lot of camping trips, do a lot of things, memorable things, but also some work. 1 hour a day of doing math and English will make a difference in your children's life. So, happy summer vacation.
Thank you, Board Member Ms. Yu. I want to thank to my colleague for your participation to ours in your all the event promotion or graduation. Thank you so much. I want to thank you to Dr. Zila with your cabinet, which is our cabinet too, for hard work. Once again, thank you, our all ABC Unified School District employee. I will not point every single one, but all the employee. I want to thank you and the parent and our student. Happy, safe summer. Thank you. So next one is our announcement, which is next regular board meeting will do on Tuesday, June 18, at 7 p.m. our district office boardroom, and the committee meetings will have only one here, which is a policy board advisory committee on Wednesday, August 28 at 6:30 p.m. at our district conference room. Now we're down to the last one almost now. Do we have a second public comments section?
I do not see any.
Awesome. And may I ask a motion and second to adjourn for tonight's meeting?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
7-0. Good night and